Chapter 258. When Bai Chonghui heard Jin Wani speak so rudely, sweat began to form on his forehead. Teach Hua Xiao a lesson. She must be tired of living. He wiped his forehead with a tissue and thought to himself, no wonder the smart people at JD firm didn't take his case. Only Jin Wani was willing to take it. It turned out that a newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger and had no idea how deep the water behind the case was. Of course, maybe she knew, but she didn't care. Or maybe it was because she needed this kind of case to get publicity. Knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain, you still want to go there. If you can't sacrifice the child, you can't catch the wolf, Bai Chonghui mulled it over in his mind. He felt that he should warn Jin Wani in case Hua Xiao killed her instantly. Who else could he find to be Bai Jin's defense lawyer then? Therefore, he said carefully, Major General Hua is the leader of the Special Operations Forces. His address and phone number cannot be disclosed casually. Also, this case is very difficult, so I specifically looked for a big lawyer like you, Lawyer Jin. How about this? Go to the military's official website and check the public contact information of the Special Forces. That's the only way they can contact the public. Jin Wani was driving in the morning of New Year's Day. The streets of the imperial capital were empty. The people who had partied all night last night were still asleep, but she had to run on the streets. With a fire burning in her heart, she stepped hard on the accelerator and drove as fast as the speed limit. Soon, she arrived at the underground parking lot of the JD law firm. Jin Wani didn't get out of the car. She took out her phone in the car and began to search the military's official website. She quickly found the contact number for the Special Operations Forces and dialed it without hesitation. No one picked up the phone. It was like an endless loop. First, she dialed 1, then 2, and finally 3, and then another round of 1, 2, 3, Jin Wani's stubbornness kicked in. She followed the instructions on the phone and dialed for a full 15 minutes before she finally reached the Special Operations Forces voicemail. Most people would definitely give up during the process of calling, or those who didn't give up would wait until the final stage of the voicemail, no matter how angry they were. However, Jin Wani did not. It could be said that good lawyers to a certain extent had something in common, which was that they would not give up easily. She left a series of explosive messages in the Special Operations Forces voicemail. Hello, I'm Jin Wani, a lawyer from JD Law Firm. May I ask if this is the Special Operations Forces complaint box? I want to file a complaint against Major General Hua Xiaoheng for abusing his power for personal gain by detaining my client without reason and not allowing her to be released on bail pending trial. Go back and flip through the law. Which article or section says that a party who has not been charged is not allowed to obtain bail pending trial? If there are any special circumstances, please inform us in writing. If I don't get a reply in 3 days, I'll report it to the public. Jin Wani's message was quickly analyzed and organized by the Special Operations Forces operator. It was uploaded step by step until it was finally forwarded to Hua Xiaoheng's personal secretary, Zhao Liangze. Listening to the angry message on the other side of the phone, he couldn't help but chuckle. He shook his head and thought to himself, this lawyer is courageous, but he seems a little too reckless. Zhao Liangze forwarded the message to Yin Shixiang and asked him to coordinate the investigation of Jin Wani's identity. When Gu Nianji woke up, it was already 11 a.m. on New Year's Day. She hugged the quilt and turned over on the bed, still not wanting to get up. Hua Xiaoheng came out of the study and saw that it was almost lunchtime, but Gu Nianji hadn't gotten up yet. He knew she was lazing in bed again. Pursing his lips, he walked to her bedroom door and knocked. Gu Nianji only got out of bed when she heard the knock. She picked up the coral velvet cotton robe from the sofa next to the bed and put it on. She hurriedly fastened the belt and opened the door to see Hua Xiaoheng standing there. He was actually wearing summer clothes in the official residence, a black t-shirt, the hem tucked into the waist of his camouflage pants, and a pair of short military boots on his feet. In an instant, his casual attire added a bit of an iron-blooded aura. Hua Xiao, aren't you cold wearing so little? Gu Nianji wrapped the coral velvet cotton robe tightly around her. What do you mean cold? The air conditioning in this room is 25 degrees all year round. Aren't you hot wearing so much? Hua Xiaoheng touched her head. Fortunately, she didn't have a fever. Hurry up and get up. It's time for lunch. Oh. Gu Nianji responded obediently and smoothed her hair a little embarrassedly. I feel a little cold. Okay, I'll go wash up right away. Okay. Hua Xiaoheng remembered the surgery she had. It seemed that losing so much bone marrow had taken a toll on her body. She had to slowly recover. He turned to go downstairs and first went to the kitchen to check. He had the orderly in charge of cooking stew with wolfberry ribs and lotus root soup, as well as blood swallow's nest, for her and Song Jining to eat that night. Blood swallow's nest was a psychological tonic for women. Hua Xiaoheng didn't think it was very nutritious, but all the women in the Hua family ate it. He also prepared a portion for Gu Nianji and Song Jining. There was no harm in eating it anyway. When Gu Nianji finished tidying up and came down for lunch, she found Chen Lai, Zhao Liangze, and Yin Shixiang were all there. Even Song Jining was wearing a lotus root purple cashmere dress. She sat at the head of the table. Hua Xiaoheng sat on Song Jining's left, and the seat on her right was empty. Chen Lai, Zhao Liangze, and Yin Shixiang sat on the left and right sides of the table. They were chatting happily, and Song Jining couldn't stop giggling. Gu Nianji walked over in a relaxed mood. She first said to Song Jining, Auntie Song, I'm late. It's fine. It's New Year's Day today. It's okay to sleep a little longer. Song Jining smiled as she took her hand and made her sit on the empty seat on her right. Chen Lai sat on Gu Nianji's right. He propped his head on his hand and looked at her for a while. He laughed. Ha! You have dark circles under your eyes. Didn't you sleep well last night? Gu Nianji raised her brows in surprise. No. I slept very well. As she spoke, her gaze drifted to Hua Xiaoheng. She had slept so soundly that she didn't even know when Hua Xiaoheng left. He said he would stay with her until dawn. Liar, Hua Xiaoheng ignored Gu Nianji's glance and only glanced at Chen Lai. Let's eat. We'll talk after lunch. They ate like they did at the Hua's, and were particular about not talking while eating. After lunch, Gu Nianji noticed that Song Jining's melancholy had faded a lot. It seemed like Hua Xiaoheng was right. Song Jining was indeed a strong woman, and not the kind of woman who immersed herself in love all day long, Gu Nianji pondered as she waited for the orderlies to bring the coffee. She stirred the cream in the cup with a spoon as she asked Song Jining, Auntie Song, it's New Year's Day today. Do you want to go out and play? Song Jining shook her head and smiled. I won't go. If you guys want to go, go by yourselves. I still have to sort out the data from that year. It's been so many years, I don't even know if I can remember it. Gu Nianji was amazed. She was a scientist indeed. As soon as she woke up, her mind was filled with her experiments. Hua Xiaoheng knew this very well and was already prepared. He said dryly, I've already saved everything in the computer in your room. Little Zay, can you go teach it later? Zhao Liangze agreed loudly and quickly followed Song Jining to her room to teach her how to use the current computer. Song Jining lived on the 3rd floor. She had a suite with a fully equipped living room, study, bedroom, and bathroom. Song Jining and Zhao Liangze went to the 3rd floor. Only Hua Xiaoheng, Gu Nianji, Yin Shixiang, and Chen Lai were in the dining room. Yin Shixiang mentioned the voicemail from Jean Wani that morning. Hua Xiao, what do you plan to do? Gu Nianji took the phone from Yin Shixiang and listened to the voicemail again. She sighed and said, Who is this person? She's so arrogant. But she's still very dedicated to her client. Jean Wani, a lawyer from the largest law firm in the imperial capital, JD. She only joined JD last year. Apparently, she's a distant relative of one of JD's partners. Her performance isn't outstanding. Yin Shixiang told Hu Xiaoheng the information he had gathered. Hu Xiaoheng immediately knew that this was the lawyer Zhao Liangze had mentioned in the morning. The Bais had hired for Bai Genie. He pondered for a moment and tapped the table with his fingers. He said coolly, since she's a lawyer from the Special Operations Forces, we can only let the Special Operations Forces legal department deal with her. Big Xiong, pass this message on to Director Bai. She's the head of the Special Operations Forces legal department. This matter is under her jurisdiction. It was better to let the Bais handle the Bais. Yin Shixiang quickly agreed and got up to call Bai Yueran, the director of the Special Operations Forces legal department. Gu Nianji had wanted to express her opinion and retaliate against Jean Wani, but she was instantly impressed by Hu Xiaoheng's idea. What did it mean to divert trouble? What did it mean to use barbarians to defeat barbarians? What did it mean to overcome 1,000 caddies with little effort? Hu Xiao, please accept my knee. Director Bai, this is a legal complaint from the Special Operations Forces. Please take care of it. Yin Shixiang called Bai Yueran and passed on the voicemail. Bai Yueran was talking to her cousin Bai Shuang in her room. The corners of her mouth twitched when she received the call. What is it? Bai Shuang asked quickly. Is it official business? Should I leave for a while? No need. Bai Yueran smiled bitterly. It's not completely official business, it's half and half. It's related to Auntie. This was the first watch. Dear friends, please cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes quickly. Especially the recommendation votes. Today was Monday, so recommendation votes were especially important. P.S. Thank you to the Lord of the Guanghan Palace A for the gift of his jade yesterday. Mwah. 7 p.m. the next watch. Oh, N_N, oh. Chapter 259. By the way, what happened to Auntie? She's always devoted herself to scientific research. How did she get involved in this? Bai Shuang was puzzled. My father asked for it, but Auntie. Bai Shuang's voice trailed off. Although she knew her father had done something unforgivable, it would be a lie to say she didn't feel bad watching her beloved father die in front of her. Bai Genie had always been a role model for the Bai children. Growing up, the words they heard the most were, "Look at how your auntie is." Bai Yueran also sighed and held Bai Shuang's hand. There's nothing we can do about it. There are too many people in our Bai family. Although everyone is backed by the family tree, they also have their own little plans. We can't take care of everything. Let's not talk about second uncle's matter. It's all in the past anyway. But Auntie. My father and I asked her again and again if there was anything we didn't know. She insisted that there wasn't and refused to tell us the truth. In the end, we were caught off guard by the Hu family. Hu Xiao and I are colleagues. We see each other all the time. Tell me, what can I do? Bai Shuang nodded in agreement. If that's the case, then Auntie really isn't very trustworthy. She couldn't just rely on the family's protection when she made a mistake and do whatever she wanted when she had nothing better to do. If this continued, no major family could withstand such torment. It's best if you think that way. Bai Yueran patted Bai Shuang's shoulder. Remember, if there's anything, you must tell me. If I'm not around, tell my parents. Don't be a stranger. My parents love you as much as they love me. We're a family. We won't abandon you. Bai Shuang nodded emotionally. Her voice was choked. Cousin, you rest. I'm going to call third uncle. Bai Yueran got up and returned to her study. She dialed Bai Changhui's number and asked calmly, "Third uncle, Jin Wani is the lawyer you hired for Auntie?" Bai Changhui smiled awkwardly. "You knew?" "Yes, of course I knew." She filed a complaint against the head of the Special Operations Forces. This kind of legal issue will definitely be handled by the Legal Affairs Department. "Third uncle, don't you know that I'm the director of the Special Operations Forces Legal Affairs Department?" Bai Yueran expressed her attitude with great difficulty. "Third uncle, can you give me some face?" Bai Changhui's face turned purple with anger, but Bai Yueran had a point. "Fine, I can ignore it for now, but you have to talk to your father. Are you going to take care of your aunt's case or not? Auntie is our family, so of course we'll help her. But the premise is that aunt must tell us the truth." Bai Yueran's voice turned cold. "If she continues to hide anything, even if my father becomes prime minister, he won't be able to save her." Bai Changhui was shocked. He immediately realized that he had been too careless. Yes, the Bai family's greatest hope rested on his elder brother, Bai Jianqing. Bai Jianqing was only the head of the administrative department. Although he was the number one person in the cabinet, there was still the prime minister above him. The prime minister was the true leader of the empire. In terms of nominal status, General Ji of the military and Speaker Long of the Senate were all below the prime minister. "I understand, Yueran. Third uncle is too impulsive. He's not as calm as you." Bai Changhui praised Bai Yueran. "Third uncle, you're too kind. Please tell Jin Wani not to be too aggressive. Hua Xiao isn't someone she can shake. Let her do her job as a lawyer, and don't add to the drama." Bai Yueran wasn't very satisfied with Jin Wani's actions either, but they needed a lawyer. There was no one else to choose from, and Jin Wani had already appeared in front of everyone, so they let her handle it for now. When Bai Changhui found out about Jin Wani's message to the Special Operations Forces, he was also speechless. He smiled sheepishly. "I really didn't know she was so stupid and bold." "Forget it, since you're handling it, I'll give you face. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble." Bai Yueran settled Jin Wani's matter with a single phone call, and immediately called Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng was knocking on Gu Nianji's bedroom door when his phone rang. He took it out and looked at it before putting on his Bluetooth headset. He said to Zhao Liangzi, "Put it through." Bai Yueran picked up, and said sincerely to Hua Xiaoheng, "Hua Xiao, lawyer Jin's matter has been resolved. She's the lawyer my third uncle hired. She might have been a bit anxious, but she's not a bad person and has good professional skills. She's just a bit too upright. I hope Hua Xiao doesn't have a bad impression of her because of this. She's just a small lawyer, and has no intention of going against Hua Xiao." "Okay," Hua Xiaoheng replied calmly. "It's good that it's resolved. This is what the legal department should do. Is there anything else?" "No. Happy New Year, Hua Xiao." Bai Yueran hung up with a smile. Hua Xiaoheng continued to knock on the door, and when Gu Nianji still wouldn't open it, he took out his keys and calmly opened her bedroom door. Gu Nianji hugged her knees as she sat by the window. She looked up in shock. "How did you open it?" "I locked it." "Come here." Hua Xiaoheng closed the door behind him and stood by the door. He didn't take a single step forward and looked at Gu Nianji sternly. Gu Nianji summoned her courage to refuse. "No. Come here." Hua Xiaoheng's voice gradually deepened. "Stop fooling around. It's too late. You're already fooling around." Gu Nianji said angrily. She pulled open the curtains and hid behind the light green brocade curtains. Hua Xiaoheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He remained motionless at the door with both hands in his trouser pockets. "Unless you have a reason that I approve of, I'll run a 10-kilometer cross-country obstacle course and an extra kilometer for every minute of fooling around. Why should I? Gu Nianji practically rolled off the windowsill when she heard this. She rushed to Hua Xiaoheng and clenched her fists. Liar. Hua Xiaoheng is a liar. Liar. Hua Xiaoheng looked down at her without batting an eyelid. When did I lie to you? You're still denying it. What did you promise me last night? Gu Nianji didn't know why, but she was very unhappy. They were so intimate last night, and he had kissed her until she fell asleep. But today, he was acting like nothing had happened and was watching her make a fool of herself. What did I promise you? You said you would stay with me until dawn. Gu Nianji reached out her finger and tapped Hua Xiaoheng's heart. But where were you? When I woke up, where were you? Hua Xiaoheng sighed inwardly. So the little ancestor was throwing a tantrum because of this. He reached out and caressed Gu Nianji's head. He also smoothed her long hair. No matter how hot-tempered Gu Nianji was, she was completely appeased by his head-stroking move. Instantly, she revealed a comfortable expression like that of a little kitten. Her large eyes narrowed into slits, and she almost meowed. I did stay with you until dawn. Hua Xiaoheng revealed a sincere expression. If you don't believe me, look at your phone. I also answered a call for you at 6:00 in the morning. Really? Gu Nianji really didn't look at her phone after waking up. She was busy washing up and getting angry. She ran back to her bed and picked up her phone to check. Indeed, there had been a call at 6 in the morning from Brother Zhe. Before that, there had been another call from Professor He not long after midnight. Both calls showed that they had been answered. She then discovered that there were still some unanswered messages in her voicemail. See? I stayed with you until 6 in the morning. Does that count as staying with you until dawn? Hua Xiaoheng stared at Gu Nianji's lowered neck. It was fair and delicate, as slender and beautiful as a swan. There was a small rouge mole on the back of her neck near her shoulder. Gu Nianji didn't think much of it and quickly nodded. She opened the voicemail to listen to the unanswered messages. There were New Year's greetings from her college roommates, Brother Zhe and Brother Xiong, and even a message from Mei Xiaoan. Finally, she heard He Jichu's message saying he had something to do and wanted her to go to school early. Gu Nianji jumped up. This is a message from a few days ago. Why am I only seeing it now? Who knows? Maybe the telecommunications company went crazy. Hua Xiaoheng didn't hesitate to push the blame to the telecommunications company. This is outrageous. They're late for so many days. I want to file a complaint. Gu Nianji was furious and immediately wanted to call He Jichu. Hua Xiaoheng stopped her phone. It's New Year's today. Your professor, he must be on vacation with his family. It's better not to disturb him. I'll call tomorrow. This was a good reason. Gu Nianji knew that He Jichu grew up abroad and must be very mindful of his personal time. Fine, I'll call tomorrow. One more day won't make a difference anyway. Gu Nianji laughed self-deprecatingly and put the phone back. Hua Xiaoheng bent one leg and leaned leisurely against the door. He said dryly, You threw a tantrum at me for no reason today. You're just going to let it go? Gu Nianji's heart tightened. She didn't dare look at Hua Xiaoheng guiltily. She chuckled and changed the topic. Hua Xiao, are we going out to play? It's New Year's today. Go out to play. You're done throwing a tantrum and feeling good, but I'm not. Hua Xiaoheng raised his head. His exquisite chin lifted slightly in front of Gu Nianji, almost blinding her. He couldn't let Gu Nianji develop the habit of throwing a tantrum at the slightest provocation. Gu Nianji was shocked to hear this. The main point was completely wrong. Ha! Hua Xiao, you can get angry too. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. He turned to open the door and leave. He was really angry. Gu Nianji panicked and threw herself at Hu Xiaoheng from behind. Hu Xiaoheng's body stiffened for a moment. He pulled Gu Nianji's arm away and turned to face her. "Don't do this again." "I won't." Gu Nianji shook her head like a rattle. "I said I'll definitely do what I promised you." Hu Xiaoheng patted her cheek. "You have to believe me." Gu Nianji nodded and leaned into Hu Xiaoheng's embrace. She sadly discovered that her first and probably only attempt at being pampered in front of Hu Xiaoheng had failed. The two of them snuggled quietly for a while until Hu Xiaoheng heard Zhao Liang's voice on the Bluetooth headset. "Hu Xiao, the eldest son of the Prime Minister, Do Haoyan, has invited you to take Nianji to his house for a banquet tonight." Zhao Liangzi was also a bit puzzled. They had always maintained a respectful distance from the Prime Minister and had never interacted with him. This was considered a last-minute invitation. If it was a very important guest, they would usually not do this. However, there were also special circumstances. For example, the banquet for the eldest son of the Prime Minister had just been decided, so all the guests had been invited at the last minute. "Okay, I'll go." Hu Xiaoheng didn't refuse. "Who else?" "Do you have the entire list?" "I just got it." "I'll send it to Hu Xiao right away." Zhao Liangzi dug out the list of all the guests for the banquet and sent it to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng hung up and said to Gu Nianji, "Pack up and come with me to the Prime Minister's banquet tonight." Gu Nianji obviously wouldn't let go of any opportunity to be with Hu Xiaoheng. She quickly agreed and began rummaging through her closet for matching clothes, shoes, and bags. At the same time, Bai Chonghui was also on the phone with Jean Wani. "Lawyer Jean, I got you an invitation to the eldest son of the Prime Minister's New Year's banquet. Do you want to go?" Jean Wani wanted to decline, but Bai Chonghui added, "Hu Xiaoheng will be there today too." "I'll go." Jean Wani was overjoyed and immediately agreed. Although Bai Chonghui had already told her not to go against the Special Operations Forces, she wasn't willing to give up. She had to see Hu Xiaoheng with her own eyes before she could decide what to do next. This was the 3,600-word second update. Dear friends, please give me your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Especially recommendation votes. Today is Monday, so recommendation votes are especially important. Good night, dear friends. N_N_O. Chapter 260. Although the Prime Minister's eldest son, Do Haoyan, had decided to host the New Year's Eve dinner at the last minute, all the preparations for the dinner had been in place since around 5 p.m. on New Year's Day. The streets near Willow Alley, where the Prime Minister's official residence was located, had been cordoned off. From the entrance of Willow Alley all the way to number 32 Willow Alley, where the Prime Minister's official residence was located, there was a sentry post every few steps. It was filled with armed police and plainclothes Secret Service personnel on duty. The entire street was covered by countless cameras, leaving not a single blind spot. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng sat in his bulletproof car and arrived at the entrance of Willow Alley in the imperial capital. There were still many cars in front of them waiting in line for the security check. Yin Shixiang got out of the car, looked around, and reported to Hu Xiao through the headset, "Chief, there are too many people here. I suggest entering the parking lot of the Prime Minister's official residence from the second entrance." Hu Xiaoheng looked through the dark-tinted windows and saw the long line of cars in front of them. He frowned slightly and said to the driver and orderly, Fan Jian, who was sitting in the front seat, "Turn around and take Gate 2. Gate 2 of the Prime Minister's official residence was much stricter than the VIP passageway at the airport. The number of people in the entire Huaxia Empire who could enter the Prime Minister's official residence through Gate 2 could be counted on two hands. In other words, there were less than 10 people who could use Gate 2. Hu Xiaoheng happened to be one of them because he had a special pass for the head of the Special Operations Forces. Fan Jian nodded and asked, "Should we wait for Big Xiong to come back?" Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and instructed Yin Shixiang through the Bluetooth earpiece, "Go in from the main entrance and see who the guests are. We'll go through Gate 2 and meet up at the Prime Minister's official residence." "Yes, Chief." Yin Shixiang also had an invitation in his hand, so he quickly agreed. He watched as Hua Xiaoheng's car turned around in the dusk and turned into a small alley on the side. It looked like a dead end, but in fact, there was another world behind it. People with a special pass could open the big iron gate on the wall of the dead end and enter the internal parking lot of the Prime Minister's official residence through the second gate. Jean Wani drove her red Accord and was squeezed in the traffic for a long time. 2 hours had passed when they finally passed the security check and entered the open-air parking lot in front of the Prime Minister's official residence. She had been here since 3 in the afternoon. It took her 2 whole hours to reach the main entrance of the Prime Minister's official residence. He didn't expect there to be so many people in front of him. The security check just now was for the car, and now it was for the person. Jean Wani sighed heavily, resigned to her fate, and continued to line up. While waiting for the line to move forward, she took out a small mirror from her bag to check her makeup. She saw that the tip of her nose seemed to be emitting oil, so she quickly took out an oil-absorbent tissue and pressed it on the tip of her nose. Then, she applied a layer of loose powder. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd in front of her. Jean Wani couldn't stand steadily in her stilettos, so when she was pushed by the crowd, she staggered backward. She was about to fall flat on her back when a pair of strong arms appeared behind her to support her and help her stand up. Jean Wani quickly turned around and thanked him gratefully. When she looked up, she saw a square, masculine face looking at her with a grin and said, "Be careful not to sprain your ankle." He even winked at her. The man was wearing a dark black suit with an unknown brand and a simple bow tie. The white striped shirt inside the suit was very neat and tidy, and it was obvious that it was expensive. Moreover, his posture was very straight and strong, and the muscles under the suit were bulging. It was obvious that he was a person who often exercised, and he was also very handsome. Jean Wani's face suddenly turned red, and she hurriedly put the powder puff and the small mirror into her bag. She stammered, Thank you, sir." "You're welcome." The young man laughed heartily and was very warm to her. "I'm very honored to be able to help you, beautiful lady. May I ask if you're also here for this banquet?" "Yes. Yes." Jean Wani was born dignified and delicate. One couldn't see the fiery and boldness in her personality just by looking at her appearance. She composed herself and quickly looked at the young man. "You're also here for the banquet?" "Yes, we're fated." "May I ask your name, miss?" The young man was very talkative and very gentlemanly. He stood next to her, blocking the surging crowd for her. Jean Wani was very grateful and saw that he had an invitation. Although not everyone who could attend the banquet was rich or noble, they were at least decent people with decent jobs. So she was very honest with him. "My surname is Jean, I'm a lawyer. It's my great honor to be able to attend young Master Do's New Year's banquet tonight." The young man smiled very brightly. "I didn't expect Miss Jean to be so delicate and beautiful. You're actually a big-shot lawyer." "My apologies." "You flatter me. I'm not a big-shot lawyer. I just came to the capital not long ago and haven't fought many cases." Jean Wani blushed and quickly waved her hand. "Please don't say that. Lawyer Jean is too modest. If you were an unknown lawyer, you wouldn't be able to attend this banquet." The young man seemed to be very knowledgeable and smiled meaningfully. Jean Wani's face turned even redder. She murmured, "It's really a coincidence that I'm able to attend this banquet." She didn't want to say more. She looked around as if she was looking for someone. The young man smiled even more happily. "Lawyer Jean, are you looking for someone? Why don't you tell me? I know quite a few people. Maybe I can help you." "Really?" Jean Wani answered absent-mindedly. I want to see if Major General Hua is here, Major General Hua. The young man's smile deepened. You're looking for Major General Hua? The Major General Hua from the Special Operations Forces. Yes. Jean Wani turned around and looked at the young man again. How did you know? You know him. Yes, who wouldn't know him? He's the youngest general in the military. Everyone attending today's banquet has heard of his name even if they don't know him. The young man put his hands in the pockets of his suit pants and moved forward with her in the security line. He changed the topic. The eldest son of the Prime Minister's family suddenly decided to host a banquet. He actually managed to invite so many people at once. There were probably more than 100 people queuing up for the security check. Not far away, there was an endless stream of cars streaming in. Jean Wani had asked Bai Changhui carefully before she arrived. She quickly replied, I heard that the eldest son of the Prime Minister was worried that not many people would come, so he sent out 100 invitations in one go. I didn't expect almost everyone to come. Each invitation allowed 2 to 3 people to attend, so there must have been more than 100 people present. Preliminary estimates put the number at more than 200. Really? The young man touched his ear with his hand and fixed the Bluetooth communication headset hidden in his ear in place. This young man was Yin Shixiang, one of Hua Xiaoheng's personal secretaries. He hadn't expected to see Jean Wani when he was queuing up to enter. Yin Shixiang had been responsible for investigating Jean Wani's background, so he recognized her immediately. He knew that she didn't have the backing to get an invitation on her own, so he couldn't help but come over to chat with her and get some insider information. Jean Wani was no match for a specially trained person like Yin Shixiang. Although she had been very careful, Yin Shixiang still managed to get a lot of information out of her. With Yin Shixiang's intentional approach and Jean Wani's unconscious liking, the two of them chatted happily and soon arrived at the security check entrance. The security check entrance was arranged at the left door of the Prime Minister's official residence. Just then, there was another commotion in the crowd behind them. Yin Shixiang extended his arm and shielded Jean Wani to prevent the crowd from squeezing her. The two of them looked back at the same time. In the distant twilight, a black luxury limousine drove directly through the vehicle security check intersection against the remaining light of the setting sun. It drove all the way to the main entrance of the Prime Minister's official residence before it stopped. The place where the guests were required to go through security check was the side door of the Prime Minister's official residence, so everyone was very surprised. Who exactly was in that limousine? Who could sit in a limousine directly to the main entrance of the Prime Minister's official residence? Jean Wani immediately became nervous. She grabbed Yin Shixiang's arm and whispered, "Help me take a look. Is that Hua Xiaoheng sitting inside?" Yin Shixiang knew that it was definitely not Hua Xiaoheng sitting inside, but he was also very interested. Who could have such a grand entrance? Therefore, he tiptoed to look with Jean Wani. Before the car door opened, the main entrance of the Prime Minister's official residence suddenly opened and a group of people walked out. At the very front was the Prime Minister himself and his wife. Behind them was their eldest son, who was also the host of tonight's banquet, Do Haoyan. There was also a young and delicate girl next to Do Haoyan. The family of 4 stood on the lowest step of the official residence's stairs and looked excitedly at the black limousine, waiting for the person inside to come out. The Prime Minister's official residence instantly quieted down. The last rays of the setting sun shone on the front of the limousine, revealing the little winged angel logo erected on the front. A chauffeur wearing a black uniform and white gloves got out from the front and opened the door. The first person to come out of the black limousine was a graceful, tall, and voluptuous young woman. Qing Yen. You're finally back. The Prime Minister's wife immediately walked up to her and grabbed her hand excitedly. The woman wore a purple lace veil and beret that covered half of her face. She shook the Prime Minister's wife's hand. "Mommy, I'm back. Let me introduce you. This is He Ji-chu, lawyer He. The next person to come out of the limousine was He Ji-chu, dressed in a dark tuxedo. He stood tall and elegant in front of the limousine, his shimmering almond-shaped eyes looking indifferently ahead. His sharp nose bridge and tightly pursed thin lips made his expression appear very cold, but also very noble. This was the first installment of 3,000 words. Dear friends, please cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes quickly. It was 7:00 in the evening. Thank you, Zhu Beiji, for the Heshabi yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 261. Yin Shixiang was still smiling as he looked in the direction of the black limousine, but his heart was in turmoil. He had never expected to see He Ji-chu at such an occasion. He wouldn't have been surprised if this was the United States. He Ji-chu had great influence in the political and military circles, but in the Huaxia Empire. He had never known that He Ji-chu had such a close relationship with the Prime Minister's family. This was a dereliction of duty on the part of the Special Operations Forces. Yin Shixiang rubbed his ear with one hand and began tapping lightly and deeply. He was sending the Morse code through the earpiece. Zhao Liangzi and Hu Shaoheng received the message at the same time. Zhao Liangzi didn't know Dou Qingyan well. Like Yin Shixiang, he was only very surprised that He Ji-chu would appear at such an occasion. Hu Shaoheng's feelings were more complicated. Dou Qingyan had actually appeared with He Ji-chu. His eyes darkened as his gaze fell on Gu Nianji's beautiful face. He reached out to shake her hand. Gu Nianji turned back to smile at him. Her red lips curved into a smile, and her eyes, which had the effect of contact lenses, were like a lake in autumn. It was breathtaking. Zhao Liangzi got out of the bulletproof car and opened the door for Hu Shaoheng. Hu Shaoheng came out first, then reached out to take Gu Nianji's hand and help her out of the car. Gu Nianji wore a cherry pink A-line one-shoulder tulle evening gown with a small mink shawl draped over her shoulders. Her long hair flowed down her back and was only braided at the top of her head. She had no bangs and only revealed her smooth, full, fair, and delicate forehead. Only the youngest dared to dress like this. She was beautiful and full of youthful energy and unbridled. Her eyebrows were almost natural and didn't need to be trimmed. Her eyelashes were long and curly, thick and natural. She didn't need to apply mascara or worry about the mascara falling off and ruining her makeup. Her youthful face was only covered with a light layer of matte foundation to make her pale face less dazzling. The color of her lipstick was also light cherry pink, and her lips were moist and tender. No matter who she was in front of, she always stood out from the crowd. Hu Shaoheng took Gu Nianji's hand with a hint of undetectable admiration and led her to the steps of the Prime Minister's official residence. Outside the main entrance of the Prime Minister's official residence, He Ji-chu walked up to the Prime Minister and his wife. He bowed slightly and said coolly, "I am He Ji-chu. Nice to meet you." The Prime Minister hurriedly reached out and shook his hand. "Thank you, lawyer He. It's all thanks to you that our Qingyan is back. Sister. You're back." The young, delicate girl next to Dou Haoyan stepped forward and took Dou Qingyan's hand. "Sister, do you remember me? I'm Ai Yen. Little Ian, you've grown so big." Dou Qingyan smiled and tousled Gu Nianji's hair. She turned to He Ji-chu, who was standing beside her. "Lawyer He, this is my sister, Ian. She's much younger than me and my brother. She just turned 18 last year." Dou Ian looked at He Ji-chu curiously and blushed. She smiled at him. "Hello, lawyer He." He Ji-chu nodded at her. He had heard that she had also just turned 18. His eyes lingered on her face for a while longer. The Prime Minister's wife took Dou Qingyan's hand. Tears welled up in her eyes as she said, "Qingyan, come in with mommy. You're so cruel. You left for 6 years and didn't even contact mommy and daddy. Your brother and little sister almost don't recognize you anymore. What are you talking about, Mom? How could I not recognize Qinyan? Do Haoyan chuckled. But I'm not sure if little Ian will remember sister. Nonsense. Do Ian puffed out her cheeks. I was 12 when sister left. How could I not remember? Do you think I'm an immature baby? Look at you, still wet behind the ears. How are you any different from a baby? Do Haoyan laughed and turned to He Jichu. She said gratefully, Lawyer He, thank you for your help. He Jichu replied dryly, it was nothing. It's not worth mentioning. It may be nothing to you, but it's a big deal to my whole family. Do Haoyan was very sincere. He stepped aside to make way for He Jichu. This way, please. He Jichu nodded slightly. He and Do Haoyan followed him to the Prime Minister's official residence. Do Qingyan followed the Prime Minister's wife for a few steps, then suddenly said, And Miss Wen, where is she? He Jichu stopped in his tracks. When Shi had already caught up from behind. She had just stepped out of the black luxury limousine and had been standing silently to the side with a smile on her face. She did not seem to be there at all. When she heard Do Qingyan call her, she hurried over. Miss Do. Shi, you can just call me Qingyan. There's no need to be so formal. Do Qingyan was very friendly with her. She took her hand and introduced her to the Prime Minister's wife. Mommy, this is Miss Wen. She's Lawyer He's assistant and an associate professor at Harvard Law School. Don't be fooled by her gentle demeanor. She's sharp in court. She's as good as any man. Miss Wen is that good? How rare. The Prime Minister's wife courteously praised her, then walked with them through the main entrance of the Prime Minister's official residence. The Prime Minister accompanied He Jichu inside. His eldest son, Do Haoyan, was also by He Jichu's side. Do Ian was the last to enter, but she didn't mind. She looked curiously at the guests who were going through the security check at the side door of the official residence and waved at them. She jogged to catch up to her older brother, Do Haoyan, and held his hand as she looked at He Jichu, who was walking in the middle. The guests who were still going through security outside the Prime Minister's official residence were very curious about He Jichu's identity. They whispered to each other, but no one knew who he was. He Jichu's direct parachute into the upper echelons of Huaxia society on New Year's Day immediately attracted the attention and curiosity of countless people. So many people were asking about He Jichu's background, but Yin Shixiang was probably the only one who knew his background. Jean Wani also looked at him curiously for a long time. She sighed. Isn't that Hu Shaoheng? But I think he's also very imposing. Really? Yin Shixiang laughed. No matter how imposing he is, he can't be more imposing than Major General Hu, right? Why do you say that? You've seen Hu Shaoheng before. Jean Wani was even more curious now. Where do you work? Yin Shixiang rubbed his chin. He smiled. I'm deducing from common sense. Think about it, Major General Hu is a general in the military, and this lawyer he is just a lawyer. Do you think the general or the lawyer is more imposing? That's true. Jean Wani nodded. But I don't think he looks like a lawyer. Does it look like a lawyer? Why do you think so? I can't really explain it, it's just a feeling. Jean Wani shook her head. Don't listen to me. I'm just guessing. Yin Shixiang looked thoughtfully in the direction He Jichu had disappeared. He sent a few more messages to Hu Shaoheng and Zhao Liangze. Gu Nianji held Hu Shaoheng's arm as they walked into the lobby on the first floor of the Prime Minister's official residence. The lobby had already been set up like a buffet restaurant. The chefs and team from a 5-star hotel were providing professional catering services here. The chefs and waiters in uniforms and white hats shuttled back and forth in the living room. Long tables covered with snow-white tablecloths were filled with delicacies from all over the world. In the small garden behind the living room, there was also high-quality beef and mutton shipped from the west. There were people in charge of barbecuing them. Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji slowly walked in from the back door of the lobby and met the Prime Minister and his entourage who had entered from the front door. Music began to play in the living room. The cheerful tune lifted everyone's spirits. The guests clustered around the Prime Minister and his entourage like stars surrounding the moon. Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji stood at the other end of the lobby. Zhao Liangzi was the only attendant beside them, but his imposing manner did not diminish. Gu Nianji looked up and giggled at Hu Xiaoheng beside her. Hu Xiaoheng lowered his head and smiled. He Zhichu stood in the middle of the crowd and watched the scene from afar. His shimmering, sultry eyes were cold and murderous. It was the second watch. Dear friends, please cast your monthly and recommendation votes. Good night, dear friends. Chapter 262. Gu Nianji's pure eyes reflected Hu Xiaoheng's reflection amidst the bustling atmosphere. He was the only one there. Hu Xiaoheng reached out and smoothed her waist-length hair that hung down her back. Gu Nianji suddenly sensed something and looked across the hall. She happened to see He Zhichu standing tall in the crowd. In that instant, the cold, murderous look in He Zhichu's eyes had turned to warmth. He pursed his lips and smiled at her. He lowered his eyes and whispered something to the Prime Minister, who was standing next to him, before walking forward. The eldest son of the Prime Minister, Do Haoyan, began to greet the guests. A melodious serenade echoed in the living room. The guests spread out in twos and threes, carrying wine glasses and plates. They chatted and laughed as they ate. The atmosphere was very lively. Do Qingyan saw Hu Xiaoheng as soon as she entered. Although it had been 6 years, and she thought she had let go of him and had calmed down, her eyes still welled up at the sight of him. When Shuyi was afraid she would let her emotions get the better of her and quickly said, "Qingyan, can you take me to the bathroom? There's something wrong with the buttons on my shirt." She winked at Do Qingyan. Do Qingyan composed herself and took 2 deep breaths to calm her tumbling emotions. She said to the Prime Minister's wife, "Mommy, Shuyi and I will go upstairs to change before coming down." Go. I'll go with you." She hadn't seen Do Qingyan in 6 years. The Prime Minister's wife couldn't bear to be separated from her eldest daughter, whom she had almost never seen again. "Mommy, aren't you going to entertain the guests?" Although Do Qingyan was emotional, she still knew her manners. How could she not have her mommy, the hostess of the banquet, hosting it? The Prime Minister's wife smiled and dismissed her concerns. "Qingyan, your older brother is hosting this banquet. It's all young people. Your father and I aren't the hosts. We're here to pick you and lawyer he up. With us here, everyone's too restrained. They won't have a good time." When Shuyi looked around and saw that the Prime Minister had indeed greeted a few acquaintances, he left the hall under the escort of his bodyguards and attendants, and went to the office building in the back. Do Qingyan glanced at her brother, Do Haoyan. Seeing that he was indeed chatting happily with his little sister in front of the guests, she nodded and followed the Prime Minister's wife and went Shuyi upstairs. Her bedroom suite was on the 3rd floor, accessible by either the stairs or the private elevator. In order to get up faster, the 3 of them took the elevator. He Zhichu's entourage cleared the way in front and helped him separate the crowd so that he could walk smoothly to Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji looked at him in surprise and was about to greet him when He Zhichu spoke first. "Nianji, Happy New Year." Then he looked up at Hu Xiaoheng, who had not said a word, and asked gently, "Nianji, is this also your guardian?" He took the initiative to extend his hand to Hu Xiaoheng. "It's an honor to meet you. My name is He, and I'm Nianji's postgraduate supervisor at B University. Last year, Nianji and I interned at the U.S. Congress for half a year, and she often mentioned her guardian to me. Now that I've seen him today, he's indeed extraordinary. No wonder she admires you so much. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and slowly reached out to shake He Jichu's hand. However, before he could touch He Jichu's, Hua Xiaoheng had already withdrawn his hand and placed it on Gu Nianji's back. He hugged her waist and nodded to He Jichu. Professor He, you are a highly respected teacher. With a mentor like you, Nianji will definitely be successful in her studies and be able to make a name for herself in the legal world. Highly respected. Respected teacher. Was he going to draw a red line for him that he was not allowed to cross? He Jichu sneered inwardly. He looked up at Gu Nianji and said affectionately, Nianji, aren't you going to introduce me to your guardian? What's his name? As he spoke, he looked up at Zhao Liangzi, who was standing diagonally behind Hua Xiaoheng. I remember that your guardian in the United States was that one. There's another one, I think I saw him too. Gu Nianji was stunned by He Jichu's flawless words and actions. After a while, she finally said, Happy New Year, Professor He. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi and introduced them together. Professor He, yes, this is Brother Zhe. He used to be one of my guardians. He took care of me when I was in the United States. This is Hua Xiao. He used to be my guardian too. But I'm already 18, so I don't need a guardian anymore. He Jichu chuckled and patted her head lovingly. You only know how to put on a brave front, child. You don't need one legally, but how old are you? You've only just turned 18. You grew up with Hua Xiao. Although he's your guardian, he's actually like a foster father. You'll need to rely on him for many things in the future. Don't be rude. You're yelling now that you don't need a guardian anymore. How sad will Hua Xiao be to hear that? You don't want people to accuse you of burning bridges after crossing them, do you? Foster father. How dare he say that? Hua Xiaoheng snorted inwardly. He said calmly, Professor, he probably just came back from abroad and doesn't know much about the Huaxia culture. Guardians and foster fathers have nothing to do with each other. If you don't know how to speak Mandarin, you can speak English, French, or even Latin. I'm happy to keep you company. Oh. Really? Although He Jichu was talking to Hua Xiaoheng, his eyes were still on Gu Nianji. I didn't expect your guardian to be so talented. He can even speak French and Latin. Gu Nianji was sweating profusely. She felt like the two of them were at odds with each other the moment they met, and there was a hidden meaning in their words. She really didn't like hearing He Jichu say that Hua Xiaoheng was like her foster father. She was already unhappy, but her expression didn't change at all. She smiled and hugged Hua Xiaoheng's arm. Professor, he did grow up abroad, so he doesn't speak Mandarin well. Hua Xiao was asked by someone to be my temporary guardian. When I turn 18, I naturally won't need a guardian anymore. What foster father? Professor He, you're exaggerating. You're a great professor of law and a great lawyer in the United States. How can you be so inappropriate with your words? Please don't disappoint me. He Jichu was speechless. He hadn't expected Gu Nianji to be so sensitive about drawing a generational gap with Hua Xiaoheng. Although he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help feeling a pang in his heart. His eyes lingered on her face for a moment before he nodded. That's true. I really don't know the difference between the two. Thank you both for enlightening me. Gu Nianji smiled at him and took 2 cocktails from a passing waiter. She handed one to He Jichu and the other to Hua Xiaoheng. A toast to both of you. Happy New Year. He Jichu and Hua Xiaoheng slowly raised their glasses to each other, then downed their drinks at the same time. Xiaoheng. I'm very happy that you came to my family's New Year's dinner. A seductive female voice came from behind He Jichu. He Jichu didn't need to turn around to know that it was Do Qinyan. He put his glass back on the waiter's tray and took a glass of fruit wine. He placed it in Gu Nianji's hand. This is fruit wine. It has a very low alcohol content. Have some too. Gu Nianji's eyes were already drawn to Do Qingyan, who had just walked over. Do Qingyan had changed into a tight, dark purple velvet qipao, which outlined her voluptuous figure. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Her beauty was that of a woman who had reached the pinnacle of maturity, but had yet to wither. Take it and drink slowly. He Jichu's voice was like mellow wine, infusing into Gu Nianji's heart. She took the glass in a daze and took a sip without even looking at it. Her eyes lingered on Do Qingyan's face for a moment, then moved to Hua Xiaoheng's. Although Hua Xiaoheng's expression remained stoic, Gu Nianji was very familiar with him. She could actually see a trace of emotion in his eyes. Do Qingyan, on the other hand, was graceful and poised. Gu Nianji was secretly shocked. Do Qingyan stood in front of Hua Xiaoheng, her snow-white cashmere shawl wrapped around her shoulders. She sighed. I haven't seen you in 6 years. You've become more mature than before. She paused, then chuckled. And more handsome. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. Qingyan is still as humorous as ever. He tucked one hand into his trouser pocket and gently swirled a new cocktail glass with the other. Do Qingyan finally greeted He Jichu. She said to Hua Xiaoheng, I ran into some trouble overseas, but lawyer He and lawyer Wen helped me settle it. She hesitated for a moment, then gently caressed her left wrist. Her left wrist was adorned with an inch-wide gold bracelet. She said, I didn't want to come back, but after all the trouble I'd been through overseas, I couldn't help but feel bored. My country is better, and I missed my family and friends, so I came back. It's good that you've thought it through. Hua Xiaoheng raised his glass. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Do Qingyan casually picked up a cocktail glass and clinked glasses with Hua Xiaoheng. They both took a sip at the same time. When He Jichu saw Do Qingyan and Hua Xiaoheng chatting, he smiled and whispered to Gu Nianji, Nianji, I sent you a text saying something happened at school. I asked you to report to school early. Did you get it? Oh, about that. Gu Nianji's attention was completely focused on Hua Xiaoheng and Do Qingyan. She barely had time to respond to He Jichu, but He Jichu wouldn't allow her to be distracted. He reached out and took her by the arm, pulling her towards the screen in the corner. He whispered, they're reuniting as comrades. Don't be a third wheel. They're comrades. Gu Nianji asked suspiciously. She wanted to ask Zhao Liangze about it, but found that he had already left. Of course they're comrades. Didn't your good guardian tell you? He Jichu also had one hand in his trouser pocket and the other holding a cocktail glass. His shimmering, sultry eyes danced with mirth. Do Qingyan and your guardian, Hua Xiao, joined the army at almost the same time. But 6 years ago, Do Qingyan suddenly retired and went abroad. She only returned this year. Gu Nianji was speechless. She watched Do Qingyan smile brightly in front of Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng didn't keep her at arm's length like he did other women. There was an indescribable tacit understanding between the two of them. He Jichu's smile grew. He lowered his head and whispered in Gu Nianji's ear. Aren't they a good match? Whether it's in appearance or family background. Gu Nianji was unmoved. She looked up at He Jichu calmly and said, Professor He, how do you know so much? This was the first update, 3,000 words long. Today was double the monthly votes. Dear friends, please cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second update was moved to 1 in the afternoon. Yes, if you could cast a few more monthly votes, there would be a third update at 7 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 263. He Jichu looked down at Gu Nianji, undisguised admiration in his shimmering, sultry eyes. "You're really smart, you didn't let me down," Gu Nianji said. "Professor He, you haven't answered my question." He Jichu raised his cocktail glass and took a sip. His expression was one of delight. "Do Qingyan got into big trouble in the United States. One of my subordinates is her defense lawyer, so of course I know all about her background." Gu Nianji frowned slightly and looked at He Jichu suspiciously. "Really? What a coincidence." He Jichu happened to save Do Qingyan. Do Qingyan was Hua Xiaoheng's former comrade. Faced with Gu Nianji's unhesitant question, He Jichu's heart grew cold. He looked at the crowd in front of him coldly and sneered, "Of course it's not a coincidence. I knew she was Hua Xiaoheng's former comrade, that's why I saved her." "Are you satisfied, then?" Gu Nianji's mind was a mess. Her intuition told her that it wasn't that simple, but when she thought about it, her intuition wasn't trustworthy at all. Why would Professor He do this? Why was he targeting Hua Xiaoheng? Gu Nianji couldn't think of an answer. Perhaps she vaguely sensed that He Jichu treated her differently, but she wasn't confident enough to think that she was a heartthrob, and that everyone who saw her would like her. Therefore, she was even more uncertain about He Jichu's reasons for doing this. He Jichu felt better when he saw the hesitation on Gu Nianji's face. He waved for a waiter to come over and put the empty cocktail glass back. He asked Gu Nianji, "Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I'll go get it for you." Gu Nianji was nervous and indeed hungry. She nodded, "I'll go get it for Professor He. What would you like to eat?" "No need, how could I let a little girl do something like that for me? That would be too ungentlemanly. You know I grew up abroad, so I'm not familiar with the etiquette of the Huaxia Empire." He Jichu didn't forget to mock Gu Nianji for saying he didn't understand the Huaxia language. Gu Nianji blushed and followed behind him sheepishly, muttering, "Sorry, Professor He, I didn't mean that, that's enough. You don't have to apologize to me. How could I really be angry at you?" He Jichu said as he patted her head again. Gu Nianji looked uneasily in Hua Xiaoheng's direction and almost didn't notice He Jichu's doting tone. "Xiaoheng, how have you been all these years?" Do Qingyan smiled at Hua Xiaoheng and handed him a plate of food. Grilled beef tenderloin, crispy grilled chicken tenderloin, cumin lamb, prawns wrapped with bacon, and crab king leg salad with a few slices of green cabbage, a few red tomato beans, and a spoonful of cheese crab sauce were placed at the corner of the plate. "If I remember correctly, right? They're all your favorites." Do Qingyan's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. Her dignified face revealed a hint of tenderness. "I used to prepare this for you every night." Hua Xiaoheng took it and forked the cumin lamb. He smiled and said, "Thank you, but I don't like lamb." Do Qingyan paused. "What? You don't like it? Why didn't you say so back then?" "Ha, I didn't have to say it." Hua Xiaoheng calmly ate the food on his plate, as if nothing was amiss. Do Qingyan wanted to bring up the past, but Hua Xiaoheng stopped her. "All right, even though you've retired, you still remember the rules, right?" "Oh." Do Qingyan pursed her lips and changed the subject. "I was careless. Come on, tell me, what have you been doing for the past 6 years? I heard you're already a major general. Is the Special Operations Forces now under your command?" "Yes." Hua Xiaoheng cut the beef tenderloin into small pieces. "I was the one who founded the Special Operations Forces." "Yes, I was one of your first subordinates." Do Qingyan winked at him. "I remember the first day I came to the Special Operations Forces. You scolded me until I cried all night, and I had to get up before dawn to train. Ah, those were the devil's days." Hua Xiaoheng chuckled, and his attitude softened. "Actually, if you hadn't retired, your rank wouldn't be any lower than anyone else's. I couldn't take the hardship, so I became a deserter. Do Qingyan giggled. She looked very cheerful and generous. Hua Xiaoheng's casual remark was enough to make her convulse with laughter. Gu Nianji watched Hua Xiaoheng and Do Qingyan chatting and laughing from a nearby corner. She felt very strange. She was definitely uncomfortable. She had been upset for days when she saw Hua Xiaoheng smile casually at a woman through a video call. But she was also surprised, because she had never seen Hua Xiaoheng so relaxed with another woman. In Gu Nianji's impression, Hua Xiaoheng only had two attitudes towards other people, his own people, or his enemies. He had no concept of men or women, except, of course, Gu Nianji. So when she saw Hua Xiaoheng and Do Qingyan chatting and eating like old classmates, she felt that it was a rare and precious feeling. At least it proved that Hua Xiaoheng was a real person, and not an emotionless war machine, or a war machine that lacked emotions. He Jichu brought over a glass of Canadian ice wine and stood beside Gu Nianji. He calmly followed her gaze to Hua Xiaoheng and Do Qingyan. Do Qingyan behaved better than He Jichu had expected. She didn't immediately start reminiscing about old times with Hua Xiaoheng. He Jichu was a man, and knew that for men, a stranger touching them more than someone they had abandoned crying in front of them. Therefore, when dealing with a man like this, one shouldn't bring up old times, but should start with a normal friendship. Although Do Qingyan and Hua Xiaoheng had broken up, they had been comrades who had gone through thick and thin together. This kind of relationship was sometimes even stronger than a couple's. It's normal for a man of Hua Xiaoheng's age and position to have a few ex-girlfriends. Don't stare so hard. He Jichu brought over a bottle of warm milk and stuffed it into Gu Nianji's hands. Gu Nianji was in a bad mood and needed warm milk to soothe her little heart. She accepted the bottle and slowly sucked through a straw. She mumbled, "My eyes are big to begin with." "You have bad eyesight, so when did I stare?" "You didn't." "How big are your eyes?" "Let me see." He Jichu tilted his head to look at Gu Nianji's face with a smile. That pair of big, almost flawless eyes looked over. Her eyes were filled with water and hidden clouds. Just one look was enough to make you fall deeply into it. He Jichu forced himself to look away and took another sip of the thick, sweet Canadian ice wine. The wine was too sweet, so sweet that it tasted bitter and astringent. Ice wine was made from frosted grapes and had been refrigerated when drinking it. There was still frost on the walls of the bottle. Drinking it felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over your head. It was exactly the feeling He Jichu needed. Gu Nianji looked down. She felt that He Jichu was becoming more and more strange, but she didn't ask. He Jichu was only her tutor, and she didn't want to have too much personal entanglement with him. Hua Xiaoheng finished his plate of food and was about to politely bid farewell to Do Qingyan when Do Haoyan walked over and smiled at Hua Xiaoheng. "Major General Hua, please forgive us for not coming out to greet you." "You're too kind, Master Do." Hua Xiaoheng smiled. "Thank you for your invitation. I wish you a happy new year and all the best." "You're welcome." Do Haoyan glanced at Do Qingyan. "I have something to talk to Hua Xiaoheng about. Help me greet the guests." Do Qingyan agreed with a smile. She bid farewell to Hua Xiaoheng politely and walked to the other side of the living room. Do Haoyan led Hua Xiaoheng a few steps away and asked in a low, respectful voice, "Major General Hua, actually my father wants to see you. Can you come with me to see him? He's in the office building behind." "Oh, that's fine." Hua Xiaoheng nodded. His eyes swept past Gu Nianji, who was talking to He Jichu. Hua Xiaoheng looked at Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze. Seeing that they were both in the living room, he discreetly gave them a look before following Do Haoyan to the Prime Minister's office building. He Jichu was also called away not long after Hua Xiaoheng left. Only Gu Nianji stood by the screen in the corner. She was bored and had wanted to look for Brother Xiong and Brother Zhe, but found Brother Xiong chatting enthusiastically with an unfamiliar woman, while Brother Zhe was chatting happily with Bai Yueran and Bai Shuang. Gu Nianji didn't have the heart to disturb them, so she went behind the screen to find a completely different world. There was a very comfortable and beautiful L-shaped sofa. She sat down on the sofa and took out her phone to play a game. After a while, someone sat down beside her. Gu Nianji looked up and saw that it was Dou Qingyan, who had been talking to Hu Xiaoheng. "You're Gu Nianji." Dou Qingyan looked her up and down and smiled. "Xiaoheng is your guardian." It was the second night watch. Today was double the monthly votes, so please cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Yes, if you can cast a few more monthly votes, there will be a third night watch at 7 p.m. Mwah. Chapter 264. Yes, I'm Gu Nianji. Who are you? Gu Nianji studied Dou Qingyan carefully. Although she knew Dou Qingyan's name, Dou Qingyan hadn't introduced herself to Gu Nianji when she'd called Hu Xiaoheng away. In fact, Dou Qingyan hadn't even glanced at Gu Nianji. No matter who it was, they would not be happy to be ignored like this. Gu Nianji was no exception. Dou Qingyan smiled, revealing a row of neat, white teeth. "I'm Dou Qingyan, and this is my home." She stretched out her arms and gestured, then rested her arms on the back of the sofa. She sat on the sofa like a queen, and Gu Nianji instantly became a little palace made beside her. Gu Nianji frowned and stood up from the sofa. She walked to the L-shaped side of the sofa and sat down, out of the range of Queen Dou's aura. "Hello, Miss Dou." Gu Nianji nodded at her and said politely, "This dinner buffet at your home is very good. I like the wine and food very much." Dou Qingyan wasn't very happy with the title Miss Dou, but didn't say anything. She only shrugged and said, "Actually, my brother and sister prepared everything. It has nothing to do with me. I just got back today. I'm still jet-lagged." Gu Nianji smiled and didn't say anything. She took out her phone and played with it. Dou Qingyan looked at her coldly for a while, then suddenly asked, "Xiaoheng is your guardian? He's been with you for 6 years. Gu Nianji sighed inwardly. She thought to herself that things really didn't go according to plan. She put away her phone and looked up indifferently. "Hu Xiao used to be my guardian, but I'm an adult now. I don't need a guardian anymore." "Really?" Dou Qingyan still didn't believe her. "You just turned 18, so you were only 12 when you were with Hu Xiao." "Yes, Hu Xiao saved me, and I grew up with him." Gu Nianji didn't hide anything. Dou Qingyan looked at Gu Nianji's face, which was as delicate as a comic book girl's, and the invincible vitality and beauty of youth. She felt a flash of disappointment and indignation. "You've been with Xiaoheng for so long. Do you know how many girlfriends he has?" Dou Qingyan sat closer to Gu Nianji and asked in a low voice, as if she were confiding in her best friend. Gu Nianji froze for a moment. She hadn't expected Dou Qingyan to ask such a sensitive question. She hesitated for a long time, then smiled and said, "This is Hu Xiao's private matter, I don't know. If you want to know, go ask Hu Xiao yourself." "You don't know. Even you don't know." Dou Qingyan's heart leaped with joy. Her voice trembled with excitement. "Is it because he hasn't had a single girlfriend in the last 6 years?" Gu Nianji was speechless. "Big sis, I really don't know how to answer you." When Gu Nianji remained silent, Dou Qingyan was even more convinced that her conjecture was correct. She leaned back on the sofa and massaged the space between her eyebrows. "Is he thinking the same thing as me? Is he regretting it?" Gu Nianji was speechless. "Big sis, what do you want? Is it really okay to talk to yourself like this?" After Dou Qingyan's emotional outburst, she looked at Gu Nianji again. She felt especially close to her and sat even closer to her. She sat on the L-shaped sofa wing with Gu Nianji. Nianji, can I call you Nianji? Do Qinyan affectionately smoothed Gu Nianji's hair. Gu Nianji suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She didn't understand why Do Qinyan was acting so lovingly. Nianji, you've been with Xiaoheng all this time. If even you don't know if Xiaoheng has a new girlfriend, then he must not have one, right? Do Qinyan held Gu Nianji's hand. She wanted to please Gu Nianji and make her mole. Gu Nianji felt the veins on her forehead bulge. The smile on her face froze. She struggled to free her hand from Do Qinyan's and smiled wryly again. I really don't know if Hu Xiao has a girlfriend or not. I wouldn't dare mislead you. If you want to know, I advise you to ask Hu Xiao. But I didn't dare to ask. Do Qinyan found Gu Nianji to be very kind and cute, and couldn't help confiding in her. He was so good to me back then, and everyone was jealous of me. I always thought we'd be together forever, but who knew? Gu Nianji's heart sank. Although she didn't want to believe Jichu's words, Do Qinyan's words made her less confident. Hu Xiao was good to you back then. When did that happen? How did he treat you? Gu Nianji blinked her large, innocent eyes at Do Qinyan. She looked like she wanted to have a long, heart-to-heart talk. Do Qinyan couldn't have asked for more. She smiled shyly. It's been 6 or 7 years. He was really good to me back then. When we went shopping, he would always hold my hand in case I got hurt. When we went out, he would make all the plans. I just had to bring myself along. Do Qinyan was lost in her beautiful memories. Gu Nianji's face darkened as she listened. She couldn't help interrupting Do Qinyan's reminiscence. She asked anxiously, you said you live together? Yes. Do Qinyan said as she took out her phone. Look, I still have photos from back then. She opened her phone's photo album and excitedly looked at the photos with Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji had been skeptical at first, but when she saw Do Qinyan's photo album, she was dumbfounded. Do Qinyan really did have many photos of her and Hu Xiaoheng on her phone. She could tell that Hu Xiaoheng was very young at the time. He was even younger than when Gu Nianji had first met him 6 years ago. He still had a handsome hairstyle, with natural curls. It wasn't the short, clean hair he wore now. The photos of the two of them were very homey. In one, Hu Xiaoheng was laughing in the kitchen, holding a bunch of grapes in one hand and plucking one with the other, feeding it to Do Qinyan. In the photo, Do Qinyan was also a youthful beauty, but her body was shockingly mature. She looked up at Hu Xiaoheng with a smile, her eyes sparkling. In another photo, Hu Xiaoheng was sitting in a wicker chair under the sun, reading a book. A cup of tea was placed on the small wooden table beside him. Do Qinyan was wearing a snow-white pullover sweater. She was sitting on his lap, hugging a Persian cat. Hu Xiaoheng's other hand was on Do Qinyan's head. He seemed to be caressing her. Do Qinyan narrowed her eyes, looking pleased. There was another photo that was even more explicit. It was a photo of a bed. Hu Xiaoheng was wearing a snow-white t-shirt. His eyes were closed as he slept on the snow-white bedsheets and pillow. Do Qinyan was wearing a light green silk nightgown with lace trimmings. She was leaning against him, one elbow propped up on her chin. She stared at Hu Xiaoheng with an intoxicated expression. Her eyes were full of love, and there was no denying it. Gu Nianji's breath stopped for a moment when she saw the photo. All sounds faded away, and she couldn't hear anything from the outside world. She could only hear her own heartbeat, the sound of her blood rushing through her veins, and the popping of the veins on her forehead. Her whole body was stiff, and she struggled to maintain her composure. After a long time, she gradually returned to normal. The sounds of the outside world continued, and Do Qingyan was still telling her about the beautiful times she and Hua Xiaoheng had shared. Gu Nianji heard her own voice ask her coldly. If you and Hua Xiaoheng were so close, why didn't you continue to be together? Do Qingyan was taken aback. Why didn't we continue to be together? She repeated the question, and frowned for a long time. Finally, she said slowly, we separated because of a misunderstanding. You wouldn't understand. Of course I wouldn't understand if you didn't tell me. Gu Nianji's voice was crisp and cold. But you don't have to tell me. Just explain it to Hua Xiaoheng. There's no way to explain it. Do Qingyan shook her head helplessly. You really wouldn't understand. Between us, there's really no way to explain a misunderstanding. So what if I explain it to him? I love him so much. Why would he need me to explain it to him? I don't think there's any misunderstanding that can't be explained. Gu Nianji's jealousy was finally ready. She couldn't help but mock Do Qingyan. If you think there's no way to explain it, then it's either not a misunderstanding at all, or there's something wrong with your ability to express yourself. It's a congenital defect in your IQ that can't be cured even with medicine. There's nothing you can do about it. It was the third watch. It's double monthly votes today. Dear friends, please cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes quickly. Mwah. Chapter 265. Do Qingyan seemed to have never heard anyone speak to her like that. She froze for a moment, then frowned. Why are you talking like that? What do you mean by congenital IQ deficiency? Congenital IQ deficiency is a medical term, commonly known as mental retardation. Gu Nianji felt a fire erupt from the bottom of her heart and burn in her eyes. She clenched her fists tightly and suppressed the urge to punch Do Qingyan in the face. Her voice was as cold as ice, as if it had been tempered in a 1,000-year-old lake. Mental retardation. Do you understand now? Never heard of it. Do Qingyan's frown deepened. She shook her head. Forget it, you're too young. You won't be able to understand this anyway. Why wouldn't I understand? Gu Nianji held out her hand to Do Qingyan. Give me your phone. I have something to ask you. Do Qingyan noticed that Gu Nianji's attitude had changed. She handed the phone to her and smiled. Cute little girl, what do you want to ask me? Her voice was so mushy that Gu Nianji had goosebumps. She smiled and took the phone from Do Qingyan. She continued to look through the photos. These were taken 6 or 7 years ago, right? Yes, look at the dates. Do Qingyan leaned over and looked at the photos through Gu Nianji's hand. She sighed again. I can't believe we were so close back then. How did we end up like strangers today? Gu Nianji took a deep breath and looked at the photos carefully again. None of them had an address. She forced herself to focus on the details. Where did you live back then? The scenery here looks beautiful. Do Qingyan rubbed her arm against her ear. She smiled. Sea City. Have you been there? Yes, I've been living in Sea City. I just came to the imperial capital. Gu Nianji looked at the photos again. Are you sure it was Sea City? Where you lived together? Do Qingyan suddenly seemed to remember something. She paused, then corrected herself. Oh, I remember wrong. I don't think it's in Sea City, but don't ask me where it is exactly. You've never been there anyway. Gu Nianji chuckled. Really? Really? Let me ask you again. Did you really live with Hua Xiao? Were you really boyfriend and girlfriend? Why would I lie to you? We're not just boyfriend and girlfriend, we used to be engaged. Do Qingyan grew impatient. She spread out her hands. Give me back my phone. No. Gu Nianji actually stood up from the sofa with her phone raised. She retreated to the tall green potted plant next to the sofa. Miss Doe, it's one thing for you to lie, but how dare you make up Hua Xiao's lies in front of me? Are you really retarded, or do you want to die? Dou Qingyan was taken aback. She could feel the intense jealousy and anger radiating from the girl, and couldn't help but laugh. She slowly rose to her feet and said meaningfully. So, what they said was true. I thought they were just making groundless accusations. I don't care who told you what. Anyway, those who talk behind people's backs are all treacherous villains. If you believe them, it's no wonder you still gave money to them after being sold. Gu Nianji hated Dou Qingyan to the core. Although Dou Qingyan refused to admit it, she knew in her heart that these photos had caused her great pain and agony. Even though she was certain that there was a reason for the photos, and that it wasn't what Dou Qingyan had said, she still felt pain and discomfort. She felt so suffocated that she could barely breathe. But now was not the time to throw a tantrum. Her top priority was to strike back at Dou Qingyan. She would pay back tenfold, or even 100-fold for the pain she had caused her. In that instant, Gu Nianji had transformed from a harmless and adorable kitten into a powerful leopard. Watch your mouth. Dou Qingyan's expression darkened. She scolded her, give me back my phone. Give it back. We haven't made things clear yet. You want me to give you back your phone? Gu Nianji refused to back down. Miss Dou, I'll give you one more chance. Tell me the truth. What's going on with these photos? What's going on? It's exactly what you saw. Dou Qingyan snorted. What's wrong? You don't believe that your good guardian once abandoned me? Or do you really have some shameful feelings for your guardian? She looked Gu Nianji up and down, her expression growing more and more hostile. Gu Nianji saw that Dou Qingyan was unrepentant, and decided not to be nice to her. Although it was not proper to insult the host as a guest, if the host was being mean, she would be the one being mean if she didn't retaliate. Gu Nianji's expression darkened. She first pulled up the photo on Dou Qingyan's phone of Hua Xiaoheng and Dou Qingyan in the kitchen. Miss Dou, since you won't tell me the truth, I'll have to analyze it myself. Gu Nianji pointed at the photo of Hua Xiaoheng feeding grapes to Dou Qingyan in the kitchen. She said dryly, this kitchen is decorated in a minimalist white birch pattern. There's no kitchen hood, and the Italian Verona gas stove. The view outside the kitchen window is of Italy's most famous lake, Lake Garda. That's why this photo was taken in Italy. Dou Qingyan froze and instinctively looked at the photo. To tell the truth, she couldn't remember where the photo had been taken. Whenever she looked at the photo, her eyes would always be drawn to the man in the photo. She had no time to look at the kitchen decoration or the view outside the kitchen window. The second photo is of Hua Xiao reading a book in a wicker chair under the sun. Gu Nianji pointed at the multicolored butterfly orchids in the small flower bed near the wicker chair. This butterfly orchid is a species unique to Northern Ireland. Although it's also cultivated in other places, such a clear and bright multicolored flower can only be found on the soil of Northern Ireland. Although the distant view in this photo has been blurred, it can still be seen from the blurred background that this is the famous Highland of Glenarm in Northern Ireland. That's why this photo was taken in Northern Ireland. Miss Doe, tell me, where exactly did you live together? Sea City, Italy, or Northern Ireland? Gu Nianji's disdain was obvious. As Gu Nianji spoke, Dou Qingyan's face turned from red to white, then from white to green, and gradually darkened. After a while, she snorted and said lazily, so what if it was taken in different places? The important thing is that Xiaoheng and I used to be together. Our home is where we are. Is that so? Gu Nianji also smiled, and pulled up the third photo in Dou Qingyan's phone album. It was the bed photo that disgusted her the most. What about this photo? Haha, there's only a bed, and Xiaoheng and I in this photo. Can you tell where it was taken, to? Do Qingyan flicked her long, wavy hair, then crossed her arms in front of her chest to squeeze her already perky breasts even higher. Of course I can't tell where this photo was taken. Gu Nianji chuckled. But I'm curious, why did you get a photographer to take such an intimate photo? Shouldn't such an intimate bed photo be a selfie? Do Qingyan suddenly dropped her arms, her brows furrowed, and said angrily, nonsense. How could this be taken by someone else? I was the one who took the photo with a tripod. Is that so? Gu Nianji pouted. How could a tripod take a photo with this kind of perspective, angle, and composition? Miss Do, it's okay that you don't have a brain, but don't assume that others don't either. In the end, you still won't admit that Xiaoheng and I are lovers. What's wrong? Is it painful for you to admit our relationship? Do Qingyan clenched her fists, her heart trembling slightly. These photos had been her only pillar of support all these years. She couldn't let this young girl destroy it so easily. What does it have to do with me? Miss Do, please don't add to the drama. The more upset Gu Nianji was, the more relaxed she appeared on the surface. Just like Hua Xiaoheng, she didn't like it when people saw through her true feelings. Of course, in front of Hua Xiaoheng, she was like a transparent crystal. It wasn't because she was shallow, but because she wanted Hua Xiaoheng to understand her. Do Qingyan closed her eyes. Forget it, what's the point of telling you this? I'll go find Xiaoheng. She took a step towards Gu Nianji. Give me back my phone, or don't blame me for being rude. How dare you threaten me? Besides, when have you ever been polite to me? Can you be any more rude? Gu Nianji didn't want to waste her breath. More importantly, Miss Do, 6 or 7 years ago, you and Hua Xiaoheng were soldiers, and special operations forces at that. You were not allowed to leave the country as you pleased. But as you said, not only did you leave the country, but you also went to different countries, lived together, and even took these intimate photos. Can I conclude that you didn't leave the country on your own accord, but on official business? Am I right? Do Qingyan's heart sank. She couldn't help taking 2 steps back. She stared at Gu Nianji in disbelief. She couldn't believe her ears, and couldn't believe that someone was so smart as to be able to tell the truth from just a few photos. What? What did you say? I don't understand what you mean. Do Qingyan suddenly remembered the gravity of the situation, and remembered that these photos could never be made public. She couldn't help but panic. She no longer cared about her manners. She lunged at Gu Nianji. Give me back my phone. I won't. I won't. Gu Nianji nimbly moved to the side, and quickly ran out of the hidden corner of the wall. She ran towards the hole. Stop her! Do Qingyan shouted, and hurriedly chased after Gu Nianji. Several servants and guards from the office of the Prime Minister immediately rushed to Gu Nianji's side. Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang finally noticed the situation on Gu Nianji's side, and their faces turned pale with fright. They didn't know what trouble this little girl had gotten into this time. Without another word, they parted the crowd and ran to block the angry servants and guards from the office of the Prime Minister. Gu Nianji was as nimble as a fish in the crowd. She turned left and right, and quickly ran out of the hall to the back door. As soon as she ran out of the back door, a tall figure walked up the steps, and she plunged into his arms. It was Hua Xiaoheng, who had just returned from his conversation with the Prime Minister. This is the first installment of 3,000 words. Thank you to everyone for your monthly votes and red envelopes yesterday. Thank you so much. Today will be double the monthly votes again. Everyone, please give me your monthly votes and recommendation votes. 7 p.m. the next installment. P.S. Thank you to Little One Darling, Gu, Enigma Anxi, Beiji's Ring, Heaven's Beggar, I Am Master Rashi, Huaishuan Mine, and everyone for their gifts yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 266. Huashao, you're finally back. They're bullying me. I'm so scared. Gu Nianji grabbed Huashaohing's shirt and buried her head in his chest, sobbing, but not a single tear had actually fallen. Her heart was burning with anger, and even if she had any tears, they would have evaporated. Huashaohing stopped in his tracks and wrapped his arms around Gu Nianji. He looked calmly ahead. The guards who had rushed over immediately stopped in their tracks and saluted Huashaohing, then pointed at Gu Nianji, who was buried in his chest and crying. This. Miss Gu took our Miss phone. Please ask Miss Gu to return the phone to our Miss, Major General Hua. Dou Qingyan caught up to them, panting. She parted the guards and saw Huashaohing standing motionlessly at the back door. His tall figure almost blocked the light shining in from the courtyard. Dou Qingyan felt a lump in her throat. She sobbed and threw herself at Huashaohing, trying to drag Gu Nianji out of his arms. Shaohing, please. Ask Miss Gu to return my phone to me. I beg you. Give me back my phone. Huashaohing shielded Gu Nianji and stepped to the side. Dou Qingyan missed. She stumbled and almost fell down the steps. Two guards caught her just in time. Shaohing. Why can't you tell right from wrong? Dou Qingyan trembled with anger. She pointed at Gu Nianji, who was crying in Huashaohing's arms. She took my phone. Ask her to return it to me. The commotion at the back door finally spread to the living room. Everyone looked over curiously. Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang rushed over and stood on either side of the door, trying to block the curious gazes of the guests in the living room. Huashaohing looked down at Gu Nianji and said calmly, You took Dou Qingyan's phone. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and nodded. Yes. She quickly said, She showed it to me. After I looked at it, I found that there were some things on her phone that shouldn't have been there. It could be suspected of leaking confidential information and breaking the law. I thought I should show it to Huashao, so I didn't return it to her. She took out Dou Qingyan's phone as she spoke. Look. Dou Qingyan's phone was locked with a fingerprint. Gu Nianji had spent a lot of effort swiping her thumb across the screen to keep the phone switched on. She had been waiting for this moment. Because of this, when she picked up her phone, Huashaohing saw a photo of him and Dou Qingyan in bed. Dou Qingyan. How did you get these photos? Huashaohing questioned Dou Qingyan angrily. Although his voice was not loud, his deep, magnetic voice almost sucked Gu Nianji's heart out. As she listened to Huashaohing's voice echo in her ears, she felt her legs go weak and her body tremble uncontrollably. However, Huashaohing thought that she was afraid and quickly patted her back to comfort her. At the same time, he lowered his head and gently explained in her ear. That was a prop photo from the mission. I'll explain it to you later. He actually had to explain it to her in person. Gu Nianji had never been treated so well by Huashaohing. Her heart suddenly skipped a few beats, and all the oxygen in the air seemed to be sucked away. Little stars appeared in front of her eyes, and she felt even more dizzy. Gu Nianji quickly turned around and forced herself to look at Dou Qingyan's seductive and mature figure. She recalled their intimate photos in order to wake herself up. Huashaohing stood behind her and gently placed his hands on her shoulders to support her. He looked at Dou Qingyan even more sternly. Under these circumstances, I really can't return your phone to you. What's going on? He Jichu sauntered over and easily broke through the barrier of guards and servants from the office of the Prime Minister. He then bypassed Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze to stand beside Dou Qingyan. The Prime Minister's youngest daughter, Dou Ayan, followed behind him, so the servants and guards from the office of the Prime Minister did not stop him. Even Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze were wary of Dou Ayan and did not make a move against He Jichu. Even without Do Ian by his side, these people would not have been able to stop He Jichu. Do Qingyan's heart trembled when she saw He Jichu, but she did not complain. She stammered, "It's nothing, it's nothing. I was just playing with Miss Gu." She looked at Hu Xiaoheng meaningfully. "Xiaoheng, I'll leave my phone with you for now. We'll talk about it after the banquet." Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her coolly and tossed her phone to Zhao Liangze. "Unlock it and make a backup. We'll know if there are any violations after the investigation by the investigation department." Zhao Liangze was an expert at this sort of thing. He quickly agreed and took the phone back to Hu Xiaoheng's bulletproof car. Zhao Liangze's full set of equipment was there. With some slight modifications, it could even be used as a temporary combat command stick. It had all the equipment one needed, and was completely different from the simple car that it appeared to be. He Jichu smiled. He knew exactly what was going on, but did not say anything. He quietly watched Hu Xiaoheng put an arm around Gu Nianji's shoulder. He said to Do Qingyan, "We still have other matters to attend to today, so we won't delay any longer. We'll be leaving now." Do Haoyan heard this and hurried over. He said to Hu Xiaoheng, "Major General Hu, the banquet is only halfway through. Why are you leaving so soon?" Hu Xiaoheng could sense that Gu Nianji was in a very low mood. He had also seen the photo earlier, and knew that it was not appropriate to stay here any longer. "I had no choice, I still have work to attend to. I'm sorry, but we'll be leaving now. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Do. We'll meet again if we have the chance." Hu Xiaoheng nodded and left with Gu Nianji. "Xiaoheng. My phone." Do Qingyan stomped her feet anxiously. Hu Xiaoheng ignored her and led Gu Nianji to his bulletproof car parked in the parking lot of the Prime Minister's official residence. Do Ian tugged at Do Qingyan curiously. "Big sister, why did you give your phone to Major General Hu?" "Yeah, something came up." Do Qingyan felt uneasy and absent-mindedly stood at the back door for a while until when Shi came to find her. When Shi urged her, "Hurry inside and eat something. Your brother is going to introduce you to the guests later." Do Qingyan had been away from the Huaxia Empire for 6 years, and the upper class of the imperial capital had almost forgotten about her. Now that she had finally agreed to come back, the Do family wanted to take this opportunity to reintroduce her to the upper class of the imperial capital. They wanted to show that Do Qingyan was back and intended to choose a husband for her. Since Do Qingyan was able to come back, she thought she had let go of what had happened all those years ago. However, as soon as she saw Hu Xiaoheng, he was still the only person in her heart. "Okay, let's go inside then." Do Qingyan followed Wen Shui into the living room. She stood in the corner of the living room and glanced at the brightly lit living room. There were so many people in front of her, but she couldn't see the person she wanted to see. Her heart was extremely sad. She silently sat at the bar in the corner of the living room and drank. Wen Shui smiled and accompanied her, talking to her softly and comforting her. Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji left with Zhao Liangze, but deliberately left Yin Shixiang behind. Yin Shixiang knew he couldn't just leave like that. He returned to the living room of the Prime Minister's official residence and picked out a few plates of food. He sat down and was about to eat when Jean Wani walked over and asked in surprise, "Who exactly are you to Hu Xiaoheng?" "I'm not a person. It's just that I know him, but he doesn't know me." Yin Shixiang grinned cheekily and didn't tell the truth. Hu Xiaoheng's car sped through the streets of the imperial capital. Zhao Liangze quietly unlocked and backed up Do Qingyan's phone in the front seat. When he saw the photos, he couldn't help but gasp. Gu Nianji didn't force a smile from the moment she got in the car. She sat in the back seat, far away from Hu Xiaoheng, with a straight face. She leaned her head against the window and stared out at the night sky, lost in thought. Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything and only muttered to himself until he got out of the car and returned to his official residence of the Special Operations Forces. He went straight to Gu Nianji's room and knocked on the door. Gu Nianji was in a bad mood and didn't want to talk to Hu Xiaoheng, but she knew the door wouldn't be able to stop him. She reluctantly got up to open the door. "What's wrong? Look at your mouth, it's so pouting you could hang an oil bottle on it." Hu Xiaoheng reached out and poked her lips with his finger. Gu Nianji pried his finger away and said angrily, "Hu Xiao, speak properly. Why are you touching me? I'm not your comrade, I'm not interested in being intimate with you. You're really angry." Hu Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows. "Have you had dinner?" Gu Nianji looked away. "I'm so angry I'm full. Who wants to eat their food?" She bit her lip and couldn't help feeling jealous when she thought of the photos and Hu Xiaoheng's intimate behavior with Dou Qingyan. "Humph, I didn't think you'd feed me grapes. You've never fed me before." "Feed you grapes?" Hu Xiaoheng was shocked. What grapes? He hadn't seen all of the photos before, and had only seen the bed photo. From what Gu Nianji said, there must be more photos. Gu Nianji angrily dialed Zhao Liang's number and said, "Brother Zhe, can you send me a few photos first?" Zhao Liangzi refused. "No, I can't without Hu Xiao's orders." Hu Xiao gave the order. "He's right next to me." Gu Nianji passed the phone to Hu Xiaoheng. Her large eyes seemed to be brimming with tears, and her curvy lips had collapsed. Hu Xiaoheng sighed and took the phone. He said to Zhao Liangzi, "I heard there's a photo of you feeding me grapes. Send it over." Zhao Liangzi was downloading and backing up the photos. He quickly found the photo Hu Xiaoheng was referring to and sent it over with a smile. Hu Xiaoheng looked at the photo and couldn't help smiling. What's there to be angry about? Why wouldn't I be angry? You've never fed me like this before. Gu Nianji continued to stomp her feet. She turned around and rushed into the bedroom. She took out a bunch of grapes from the freezer and said to Hu Xiaoheng, "Now I want you to feed me." She wanted to wash that image from her mind. Hu Xiaoheng took the bunch of grapes with a smile and plucked a bright red one. Gu Nianji quickly opened her mouth. However, Hu Xiaoheng put it in his mouth and didn't feed it to her. Gu Nianji was furious. She was about to pounce on him and hit him, but Hu Xiaoheng's other hand came around and held the back of her neck. Gu Nianji couldn't move. She could only stare at Hu Xiaoheng with wide eyes. She saw Hu Xiaoheng's face move closer and closer. Finally, he pressed his face down and kissed her lips. The grape that was still slightly cold went from Hu Xiaoheng's mouth to Gu Nianji's. The tip of Hu Xiaoheng's tongue pushed the grape into Gu Nianji's mouth, then pressed against her lips. His hot breath lingered on her lips as he whispered, "This is the correct posture for me to feed my girlfriend grapes." This was the 3,300 words of the second chapter. Today was still double the monthly votes. Dear friends, hurry up and cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Again, dear friends, take a look at your ballot boxes and see if you can still vote. Only by voting more will I have the motivation and pressure to update like I'm on steroids, ha 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 ha. Oh, N_N, oh. Chapter 267. The cold yet warm grape rolled between Gu Nianji's teeth. Her snow-white teeth bit on it in a daze, and the sweet grape juice instantly filled her mouth. It was fragrant, sweet, but also slightly sour. When she tasted it again, the sour taste turned into an intoxicating wine, just like the taste of love. Gu Nianji was tipsy. She had only eaten one grape, but it was as if she had drunk a pound of aged wine. Her cheeks were flushed, and her clear, starry eyes were half closed. Her hazy eyes revealed infinite longing and love. Hu Xiaoheng chuckled softly, his large hand holding the back of her head firmly. He kissed her lips again and again, unwilling to be left out. The tip of his tongue even pried open her lips again and entered her mouth to search for the new grape juice inside. Gu Nianji was in a daze from the kiss. Her bright black eyes seemed to be covered by a thin veil of black mercury. Her consciousness was a bit muddled, and her body felt like it was immersed in a hot spring. It was so warm that she couldn't focus. But this time, Hu Xiaoheng's words kept echoing in her mind. This is the correct posture for me to feed grapes to my girlfriend. Did he admit that she was his real girlfriend? Gu Nianji gradually came to and asked him shyly. Do you admit that I'm your girlfriend? Hu Xiaoheng paused and smiled. You're thinking too much. You haven't seduced me yet. Haven't? Gu Nianji was annoyed. She pushed away Hu Xiaoheng's chest that was pressing against her. Her eyes were lowered, but her long eyelashes trembled violently. But you clearly said that this is how you feed grapes to your girlfriend. Hu Xiaoheng let go of the back of her neck and moved his arm to her slender waist. He said calmly, yes, I'm demonstrating to you the benefits of being my girlfriend. Gu Nianji's brain immediately crashed. Ha! That works. You want to be my girlfriend? Hu Xiaoheng hugged her tightly against his chest and kissed her lips as he spoke slowly. It made it impossible for Gu Nianji to concentrate and think of a solution. Yes. Gu Nianji's voice carried a hint of grievance. She was like a child who desperately wanted candy but couldn't reach it. Then work hard and continue seducing me. If you succeed, these benefits will be yours, and yours alone. Hu Xiaoheng's voice deepened. It was an irresistible temptation to Gu Nianji. She took a few deep breaths and realized that she had to get serious. She stood on her tiptoes, raised her arms, and hooked them around Hu Xiaoheng's neck. While he kept kissing her, she began to retaliate. You want me to work hard? You have to show your sincerity. Sincerity. That's right. For example, how many benefits would there be? Just feeding it grapes is obviously not enough. Gu Nianji felt like she was a seductive devil who was tempting God's faithful archangel, Lucifer. Do you want to demonstrate the correct way to touch your girlfriend's head? Also, the correct way to take bed photos with your girlfriend. Do you want to demonstrate it too? At that moment, Gu Nianji's voice was soft and sweet. When it came from the depths of her throat, it was as soft as a moan. Her misty expression carried an unconscious seduction. The youthfulness of a young girl and the charm of a woman were perfectly intertwined. It was almost lethal to Hu Xiaoheng. His lower abdomen instantly felt like it had been lit on fire. His arms were trembling, and his body was tense and hard as iron. He clamored for a correct demonstration. Just as he was about to lose control, Zhao Liang's nervous voice came through the Bluetooth headset. Hu Xiao, come quickly. Something's wrong. The voice was like an alarm bell that pulled Hu Xiaoheng back from the brink of danger. He slowly let go of her lips and rubbed his thumb over her swollen lips. He said hoarsely, when you seduce me, I'll teach you the correct way to feed me grapes. Is it different? Gu Nianji's eyes were wet, and she almost laughed bitterly. Didn't you demonstrate it before? Of course it's different. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help but laugh. He whispered in her ear. This grape is not the grape, oh. Gu Nianji didn't know why, but her face suddenly turned red. Even the corners of her eyes were tinged with a faint blush. Be a good girl. Go eat dinner now. I still have something to do. Hu Xiaoheng's strong self-control came into play again. He quickly calmed down and finally let go of her. He patted her head and turned to open the door to Gu Nianji's bedroom. He hurried to the secret computer room behind his official residence. Hu Xiaoheng stood behind Zhao Liangzi and asked calmly, what happened? Hu Xiao, this is the live video from the Prime Minister's official residence. Watch it yourself. Zhao Liangzi stood up and made room for Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng sat where Zhao Liangzi had been sitting. He looked at the image on the computer screen. His expression gradually became serious, and his gaze became sharp. But it was only for a moment before his expression returned to normal. It was as if he could control himself no matter how big the storm was and deal with it calmly. As soon as Hua Xiaoheng left, Gu Nianji's phone rang. She walked to the bedroom and picked it up to see that it was the number of the Sea City Special Operations Forces. Could it have something to do with what Hua Xiaoheng had said earlier? Gu Nianji immediately answered, but no one spoke on the other end. She quickly received a link to a shared video. Gu Nianji's fingers hesitated for a moment before she pressed accept. Soon after, the shared video appeared on her phone screen. It was from the living room of the Prime Minister's official residence. Gu Nianji had just left that place, and because it was New Year's Day, the Prime Minister's official residence had been specially decorated for the banquet. Gu Nianji recognized it immediately. But she didn't look anywhere else. Her eyes were glued to a huge projector video. The projector video was almost as tall and wide as the entire wall. From the angle, it should be on the east wall of the Prime Minister's official residence. There was a row of flower baskets under the wall, filled with large Bulgarian roses. They were beautiful and delicate, and the crystal dew on them could be seen clearly. Dou Qinyan, dressed in a cheongsam, stood diagonally in front of the projector video. The projector video behind her showed her personal photos, and her brother, the eldest son of the Prime Minister, Dou Haoyan, stood beside her. Everyone in the video was cheering and applauding loudly. The photos on the projector video were the ones that Dou Qinyan had shown Gu Nianji, the intimate photos that hinted at her relationship with Hua Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji's eyes widened in shock, and she almost dropped her phone. Didn't she take these photos? Dou Qinyan's phone was in their hands, so where did they get these photos? Did Dou Qinyan have a backup somewhere else? Gu Nianji was confused, but suddenly saw Dou Qinyan's expression change. Dou Qinyan turned around, and was even more shocked than Gu Nianji when she saw the photos on the projector video. She covered her mouth and almost screamed. Dou Haoyan turned to look, and his expression also changed. He immediately said a few words into his headset. Not long after, the projector video was cut off, and the screen went dark. Dou Qinyan's whole body trembled, and she couldn't even stand straight. She had no idea how her encrypted photos had ended up in her study tour video. The Prime Minister and his wife were no better than Dou Qinyan and Dou Haoyan on stage. Only Dou Ayan giggled at He Zhichu, who was standing next to her. Lawyer He, I didn't know that my sister and Major General Hua were a couple. They pretended to be strangers just now. How interesting, are they having an affair? He Zhichu smiled, and popped a grape into his mouth. He said coolly, you'll have to ask your sister and Major General Hua about that. I don't know. Congratulations, Your Excellency Prime Minister. I didn't know that Major General Hua hadn't had a girlfriend for so many years because he was waiting for Miss Dou. Does Miss Dou's return from her study tour mean that something good is about to happen? Mrs. Yan, congratulations on marrying off your daughter soon. Don't forget to invite us to your wedding. The photos were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and caused a huge uproar. This was the first update. Today was the last day of the double monthly votes, so it would be invalid if you didn't vote. Dear friends, please hurry up and cast your votes. Today's second update will be moved to 1 p.m. Dear friends, please vote hard, I'll try my best to be on the third update at 7 p.m. P.S. Thank you, Wanghan Palace Master, for the gift yesterday. Thank you, Nicole 929, Enigma Anxi, I am Master Rashi, Yunhan Yuqin, for the gift yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 268. The photos were so intimate that there was no need to guess. Everyone immediately congratulated the Dou and Hua families on their upcoming marriage. One was the eldest daughter of the Prime Minister's official residence, and the other was a new member of the military family. No matter how one looked at it, it was a good match. What was even rarer was that the couple were obviously deeply in love with each other. It was simply too rare. The Prime Minister and his wife were drowned in congratulatory words. Do Qingyan heard the congratulations from the audience on stage. Her eyes rolled back into her head and she fainted in Do Haoyan's arms. Do Haoyan's expression was ugly, but he couldn't lose his temper in front of everyone. He could only call a few people up to take Do Qingyan upstairs. Hu Xiaoheng watched the video calmly and gave his orders without turning his head. First, cut off all internet connections to foreign countries. Activate the Great Wall's lockdown program and intercept all IP addresses that attempt to bypass the wall. Zhao Liangzi quickly took out his digital pen and recorded Hu Xiaoheng's orders. Second, seal off all airports, highways, and exits from the imperial capital. At the same time, apply for an arrest warrant from the military court to arrest Do Qingyan, a former Special Operations Forces veteran. Third, mobilize the Special Operations Forces military police. Follow me to the Prime Minister's official residence. Act immediately. Roger, Chief. Zhao Liangzi stood on both knees and saluted Hu Xiaoheng. May I ask what charges are we applying to the military court to arrest Do Qingyan? The members of the Special Operations Forces were a special existence in the Huaxia Empire's military. They were under the jurisdiction of the military and military courts, and their responsibilities overlapped with the Cabinet Secret Service. However, the Special Operations Forces were much stronger than the Secret Service in terms of execution and military strength. They were not on the same level at all. As a result, members of the Special Operations Forces had much more authority than the Secret Service. As the head of the Special Operations Forces and the acting army chief, Hu Xiaoheng's scope of authority was astonishing. The charges are illegal falsification of evidence and defamation of her superior. Each of these charges is enough to keep her in prison for the rest of her life. It was as if he was talking about a trivial matter. At the same time, issue an order for the members of the Special Operations Forces in Italy and Northern Ireland to immediately stop all operations and return immediately. There can be no delay. Zhao Liangzi instantly understood. Hu Xiaoheng was denying the authenticity of these photos. Even if they were real, he had to insist that they were fake. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as forging evidence. This involved the identities of the Special Operations Forces members stationed in other countries. Once their identities were exposed, the safety of those people would be in jeopardy. Zhao Liangzi calmed down and replied seriously, "Yes, Chief." Zhao Liangzi quickly forwarded Hu Xiaoheng's instructions. Zhao Liangzi was in charge of disconnecting the internet. He had all the necessary procedures in place, so he quickly initiated the blockade and set up an interception system that could record any IP address that attempted to cross the wall. Yin Shixiang was supposed to be in charge of applying for an arrest warrant from the Special Military Court, but he was currently at the Prime Minister's official residence. Hu Xiaoheng had another confidential personal secretary apply for an arrest warrant. According to military rank, Hu Xiaoheng had 4 personal secretaries. The 2 public ones were Zhao Liangzi and Yin Shixiang, and the other 2 were confidential personal secretaries who never showed their faces in public. Even when applying for an arrest warrant from the Special Military Court this time, they were still using his disguised identity. Although it was 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening on New Year's Day, Hu Xiaoheng quickly obtained an arrest warrant for Do Qingyan from the Special Military Court. When the arrest warrant was delivered to Hu Xiaoheng, he was already in his military uniform and sitting in a bulletproof car. The Special Operations Forces dispatched 100 military police, in addition to Hu Xiaoheng's 100 orderlies, to drive 4 large Humvees to the Prime Minister's official residence. It was late at night in the imperial capital on New Year's Day. The weather was so cold that one's breath almost turned to ice. Hu Xiaoheng wore his general's uniform and gloves as he quietly watched the Prime Minister's official residence get closer and closer. As they neared Willow Alley, the police and plainclothes Secret Service officers performing security checks there stopped their military vehicles. But before they could speak, the heavily armed military police and Hu Xiaoheng's orderlies had already taken over the entire Prime Minister's official residence and surrounded it. The police and plainclothes Secret Service officers were immediately escorted into the military vehicles and sent to the Special Operations Force's secret detention base for a few days. Hu Xiao, they're not happy. They're asking how many days they'll be locked up. Zhao Liangzi reported to Hu Xiaoheng uneasily. Ignore them. They'll be released when all our people are withdrawn from Italy and Northern Ireland, Hu Xiaoheng said in a low voice and waved his hand. Go to the Prime Minister's official residence now. In addition to arresting Dou Qingyan, everyone in the Prime Minister's official residence will be taken away. The Prime Minister and his wife can be placed under house arrest in their official residence. Everyone else will be taken to the Special Operations Forces. Hu Xiao, are you really going to offend everyone this time? If we don't do this, can you guarantee that none of them will leak the information? Hu Xiaoheng calmly got out of the car. Just say that I suspect that there are foreign spies among them, and that they need to come back with us to the Special Operations Forces for further investigation and screening. The head of the Special Operations Forces had special permits and search warrants, and could take action based only on unilateral suspicions. This was the power granted to the Special Operations Forces by the Senate. Of course, if the Special Operations Forces deliberately fabricated charges to frame others, the Senate could also initiate impeachment proceedings and revoke the special privileges of the head of the Special Operations Forces. However, to convict the head of the Special Operations Forces, it still had to go through the military and the military court. Yes, sir. Zhao Liangzi immediately led the way, guiding a portion of the military police and orderlies to the Prime Minister's official residence. The hall of the Prime Minister's official residence was currently filled with singing and dancing, and laughter filled the room. The banquet was at its climax, and the long buffet tables had been removed. The living room had become a huge dance floor, and the lights were dimmed. Everyone was about to start dancing. Just then, the main door of the official residence was pushed open with a bang. The force was so great that the two mahogany doors were pushed to the ground. Who's so bold? What's going on? The music in the living room stopped abruptly, and the lights that had just dimmed came back on. Everyone was dumbfounded to see a large group of heavily armed soldiers suddenly running in from the direction of the main door. Dou Haoyan parted the crowd and walked over. He said unhappily, "Which unit are you from? Why are you trespassing on the Prime Minister's official residence?" Zhao Liangzi walked in with a dark expression, and waved the arrest warrant in his hand at Dou Haoyan. "May I ask where Dou Qingyan is?" Dou Haoyan's face paled. He had not expected the Special Operations Forces to arrive so quickly. They had just convinced Dou Qingyan, and were about to send her out of the country overnight. "Why are you looking for my sister?" he stammered, trying to stall for time. "If you don't tell me, I can arrest you for obstructing military operations." Zhao Liangzi's handsome face was solemn, and he spoke without hesitation. Bai Yueran saw this from the crowd and nodded approvingly. She parted the crowd and walked over to Dou Haoyan. "Eldest young Master Dou, please cooperate with us and hand over Dou Qingyan." Zhao Liangzi looked at Bai Yueran gratefully, but still shook his head. "Director Bai, please wait over there. Everyone here will be going to the Special Operations Forces to assist in the investigation today." Of course. Bai Yueran was not displeased at all. She smiled at him and turned to stand beside Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang stared blankly at Zhao Liangzi. Under the light, his military uniform was stiff. He was different from his usual cultured and refined demeanor. Now, he had the iron-blooded bearing of a soldier. Bai Yueran looked at Bai Shuang and sighed softly. She held her hand. "Stop staring. We'll be going with them to the Special Operations Forces to assist in the investigation later." "Okay." Bai Shuang nodded sullenly and finally looked away. He Jichu quietly watched the scene unfold at the door. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes revealed a trace of a smile. He muttered to himself. They came just in time. They're faster than I expected. Guard all the exits. Don't let a single person escape. The military police and orderlies quickly took control of the entire living room. It was the second watch. Today was the last day of the double monthly votes. If you didn't vote, it would be invalid. My dear friends, please vote harder. I'll try my best to be on the third watch at 7 p.m. Oh, N_N. Oh. Chapter 269. Where's Do Qingyan? Zhao Liangzi pressed Do Haoyan. Young Master Do, do you really have to go against the special forces? Although Do Haoyan was the eldest son of the Prime Minister, he was not his father, the Prime Minister. He only held an unimportant position in a consulting company and was no match for Zhao Liangzi or Fan Jian, the head of Hu Shaoheng's orderlies. Zhao Liangzi's expression turned frosty, and Do Haoyan was rendered speechless. He stared at Zhao Liangzi, dumbfounded. He watched as groups of soldiers cordoned off the Prime Minister's official residence, and finally understood that the situation was hopeless. If they didn't give up on Do Qingyan, the entire Do family would be in trouble. Especially his father. She's in the backyard, the parking lot. Do Haoyan gritted his teeth and pointed at the back door. Thank you, young Master Do. Zhao Liangzi relayed Do Haoyan's words into his headset. The target is in the parking lot behind the Prime Minister's official residence. I'll be there in a minute. Roger that. Fan Jian had already been guarding the exit of the Prime Minister's official residence with another group of people. Do Qingyan was draped in a fur coat, her eyes swollen from crying. She followed her mother, Mrs. Yan, to the backyard parking lot. Qingyan, hurry up and leave. Don't ever come back after you leave. Mrs. Yan's eyes were also swollen from crying. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have asked someone to take those photos. I didn't expect it to hurt you in the end, Mommy, don't cry. It's my fault. Do Qingyan was finally afraid. Her years of infatuation with Hu Shaoheng seemed to have awakened in an instant, but it was too late. She had made a grave mistake. If she could escape this time, she would never come back, and she would never have any other thoughts about Hu Shaoheng. Back then, she had pretended to be an engaged couple with Hu Shaoheng and went on a mission in Europe. In that half a year, she had fallen in love with Hu Shaoheng and had thought that Hu Shaoheng would definitely fall in love with her. After all, among their predecessors, there were many couples like this who turned the act into reality. However, Hu Shaoheng was different. After their mission was over and they returned to the country, Hu Shaoheng turned his back on her and refused to have anything to do with her. She cried, threw a tantrum, and even tried to commit suicide, leaving a deep scar on her wrist. In the end, she went into a dead end and almost lost her mind. Although her father was the Prime Minister, he could not force Hu Shaoheng to accept her. Because Hu Shaoheng was part of the military, he reported directly to General Ji. Prime Minister Do could not reach General Ji yet. In the end, he had no choice but to secretly ask someone to get a set of secret prop photos taken when they were out on a mission for her. Relying on this set of photos, she lived abroad incognito for 6 years. Do Qingyan regretted her decision when she thought about how her hopes for so many years had been dashed, and how she might have implicated her family. Mommy, I won't do it again. I know I was wrong. Do Qingyan grabbed Mrs. Yan's hand and started crying again. Child, go quickly. I'm afraid it'll be too late if we wait any longer. Mrs. Yan hurriedly tried to push her into the car, but it was too late. Synchronized footsteps could be heard in the parking lot. A group of soldiers dressed in the uniforms of the Special Operations Forces military police with loaded guns walked in and surrounded them. Do Qingyan, you are suspected of falsifying evidence and defamation. You are under arrest. This is the arrest warrant. Zhao Liangze walked up and showed them the arrest warrant. The tension in Do Qingyan's mind snapped. Her vision darkened, and she slumped to the ground. Zhao Liangze showed no mercy and waved his hand. Take them away. Do Qingyan and her mother, Mrs. Yan, were also taken away by the Special Operations Forces military police. The operation is complete. The target has been arrested. Over. Roger. In the living room of the Prime Minister's official residence, all the guests looked at each other. No one dared to stand out. He Zhichu walked up slowly. I'm not from the Huaxia Empire. May I ask what right you have to arrest me? Professor He, we're not arresting you. We're asking you to go back and assist in our investigation. Hu Xiaoheng walked up with his hands behind his back. He looked at He Zhichu coolly. Your assistant will also be coming with us. That's fine. I wanted to see what kind of environment Nianji grew up in anyway. He Zhichu didn't resist at all. He followed Hu Xiaoheng's orderly to the large car outside. The other guests saw that He Zhichu didn't resist, so they obediently got in the car. The impromptu New Year's Day dinner at the Prime Minister's official residence ended with all the guests entering the Special Operations Forces to assist in the investigation. It was the first hot gossip of the new year in the imperial capital. Gu Nianji stared at the black video in her hands. Her legs had gone limp. She held on to the edge of the bed and sat on the soft wool carpet. She stared straight ahead and couldn't speak for a long time. After a long time, she finally called Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng had just returned from the Prime Minister's official residence. He quickly picked up the phone. His voice was calm and steady. Nianji, what's up? Gu Nianji took a deep breath. It was like she had taken a heart saver. Her sinking heart came back to life. Hua Xiao. I just saw the video from the Prime Minister's official residence. You saw it? Who showed it to you? Hua Xiaoheng got out of the car. His brows were slightly furrowed. He was even more serious than when he had personally gone to arrest Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji looked at her phone. I don't know. Someone called me. I saw it was a number from the Sea City Special Operations Forces, so I answered. It turned out to be a video sharing, a call from the Sea City Special Operations Forces. Hua Xiaoheng laughed. Looks like someone really can't wait. There was actually a fish that had escaped the net. He paused. Don't move. I'll come to you. Gu Nianji nodded. She put away her phone and hugged her knees. She sat motionlessly on the carpet in front of the bed. When Hu Xiaoheng came in, he saw Gu Nianji's dazed expression. He knelt down on one knee in front of her. He reached out to lift her chin. What's wrong? Gu Nianji looked at him blankly. Hu Xiao, everyone knows now, she was already feeling bad enough about those photos. She had snatched them from Do Qingyan's hands as soon as possible. She didn't want anyone to see them. She hadn't expected to snatch Do Qingyan's phone for nothing. She had a backup of the photos. Was this still public? When she thought about how many people had seen Hu Xiaoheng and Do Qingyan being intimate, even if it was fake, she felt the urge to go crazy. So what if they know? Hu Xiaoheng smoothed her messy hair. Do you really think I'll marry her? Gu Nianji quickly shook her head. She knew that Hu Xiaoheng wasn't someone who could be threatened. However, such a large-scale publicity was not a good thing for Hu Xiaoheng. Then, when do you plan to clarify? Gu Nianji grabbed Hu Xiaoheng's arm. She asked anxiously, You'll clarify, right? Hu Xiaoheng had told her that these photos were props for a mission. They weren't real. As long as he publicized this fact, the Doe family wouldn't be able to use these photos to create public pressure to force him to marry her, right? Hua Xiaoheng didn't speak immediately. He looked at her intently. He pulled her up from the carpet and sat with her on the two-seater sofa beside the bed. Nianji, Dou Qingyan's crime was no ordinary crime. I've already requested an arrest warrant from the military court. Hua Xiaoheng held her hand and looked down into her eyes. But you have to be mentally prepared for this. Mentally prepared for what? Gu Nianji was even more confused. Her eyes widened. She committed a crime. Why do I have to be mentally prepared? It was the third watch. Today was the last day of the double monthly vote. If I didn't vote, it would be invalid. My dear friends, please vote harder. Can you let me stay in 6th place? P.S. If there are no more monthly votes this month, my dear friends, remember to vote for the Major General at the beginning of October. October's double was from the 1st to the 7th of the month. There would be no double at the end of the month. Chapter 270. Hua Xiaoheng sighed. That's because her real crime should be going to the secret military court. She should be illegally obtaining secret military information, illegally carrying secret military information out of the country, and leaking secrets on a large scale. That could negatively affect our people at any time. Nianji, I actually made a mistake in this matter. Oh. Although Gu Nianji was intelligent, she still didn't know much about Hua Xiaoheng's work, so she didn't understand immediately. How could you make a mistake? That's impossible. Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips. I'm also human, of course I make mistakes. He cupped Gu Nianji's face. I shouldn't have told you that these photos were props for the mission. Him saying that was actually a leak of secrets to some extent. But I won't tell anyone. Gu Nianji panicked, I swear. Hua Xiaoheng covered her mouth, his voice very gentle, no need to swear, I believe you. The tears Gu Nianji had been holding back for a long time suddenly flowed out, and she threw herself into Hua Xiaoheng's arms, hugging his neck tightly. Just like when she was young, she sobbed uncontrollably, her tears flowing like a tide, quickly drenching the front of Hua Xiaoheng's shirt. Hua Xiaoheng helplessly patted Gu Nianji's back. Don't cry, I already said I believe you. But you told me to be mentally prepared, I'm scared. Gu Nianji stuttered as she sobbed, rubbing against his chest. Hua Xiaoheng took a tissue from the bedside table to wipe Gu Nianji's tears and sniff. Okay, you can pretend you don't know about the photos, just stay here for the time being. I'm going to tell you the normal way to handle this kind of thing now. Gu Nianji nodded and obediently allowed Hua Xiaoheng to wipe her face, then looked at Hua Xiaoheng with a pair of watery eyes full of trust. Nianji, these photos shouldn't have been released, but if they were to be released, like what happened this time, according to our country's normal way of handling these kinds of things, I can't even deny our relationship. Hua Xiaoheng enunciated each word, his deep gaze fixed on Gu Nianji, not letting go of any expression. So what he meant was that he had to accept the relationship in the photos. Gu Nianji couldn't stand it, and her pale face flushed again. Why can't I deny it? If it wasn't true, why did he admit it? Are we really going to be threatened by them like this? Because if I deny my relationship with her, people will definitely think of another possibility. Hua Xiaoheng stroked her long hair. Think about it. If even you can see the clues, how can the intelligence agencies of other countries not see it? Those people were the cream of the crop. America's CIA and Britain's MI5 have large organizations that specialize in dealing with our country. At that time, once people find out that she and I are not in a relationship like in the photos, what do you think they will think? Gu Nianji's heart clenched. Lenovo. She realized she couldn't say it out loud. Hua Xiaoheng sighed softly and answered on her behalf. They will immediately think that this is not a private act, but an official one. In that case, the mission we carried out back then would have been discovered and traced back to the source. It would have put our people in danger. Hu Xiaoheng was more patient with Gu Nianji than anyone else. He never explained his actions and intentions to others, but this time he explained it in detail and thoroughly. Gu Nianji was smart to begin with, and with Hu Xiaoheng's clear explanation of the cause and effect, she quickly understood everything. The stars in her eyes dimmed. Gu Nianji couldn't hide her fear and unease. So, according to conventional methods, even if you can arrest and convict Dou Qingyan, you still can't reveal the truth about these photos. You can only accept that you were in a relationship with Dou Qingyan, right? She lowered her head and didn't dare to look Hu Xiaoheng in the eyes again. So, it's better to let everyone think that you've fallen in love with someone else than to know the truth, right? Gu Nianji was able to infer many things from one instance and had already stated the subsequent results. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her without batting an eyelid. He got up from the sofa and pushed open the floor-to-ceiling windows in Gu Nianji's bedroom that led to the balcony. He stood on the balcony and took out a pack of cigarettes from his trouser pocket. He lit a cigarette and took a drag. He stared into the night sky for a long time. He was also regretting that his first reaction when he saw these photos wasn't because of the possibility of a leak, but because he was worried that Gu Nianji would be unhappy. At that moment, he didn't even think about it and immediately told her the truth. He had already violated confidentiality laws. It turned out that her influence on him and her place in his heart was much deeper than he had thought. Hu Xiaoheng hung his head on the cold balcony. He held a cigarette in one hand and hugged his elbow with the other. The cigarette in his hand was almost burnt out, but he didn't take another drag. He maintained this posture for a long time in silence. Gu Nianji walked out with a down jacket draped over her shoulders. She whispered to Hu Xiaoheng, "Hu Xiao, you said you trusted me. I'll never tell anyone about this. Don't worry." No matter how sad she was, even if Dou Qingyan tried to bluff in front of her again, she would keep her mouth shut. Hu Xiaoheng realized that Gu Nianji still hadn't realized the seriousness of this matter. He casually threw the cigarette in his hand into the trash can below the balcony and turned to take Gu Nianji back to the bedroom. As soon as he closed the French windows, Gu Nianji couldn't help sneezing as the warm air hit her in the face. Hu Xiaoheng didn't let go. He still held Gu Nianji's shoulder and hesitated for a long time before saying, "Nianji, have you thought about it? If you want to be with me, this kind of thing might happen again in the future. It might even be more embarrassing and painful than this kind of thing. Even if you know the truth, you can't explain it or argue with it. You can't even look at it. Can you stand it? These misunderstandings, difficulties, and embarrassments might be the price of being with someone like him." His expression was extremely restrained as he looked at her quietly. His eyes were deep and unreadable as he waited for her answer. Gu Nianji only nodded and said quietly, "I see." Her reaction was too fast and her attitude was too casual. Hu Xiaoheng didn't know whether Gu Nianji realized the seriousness of this matter or not. After thinking about it, Hu Xiaoheng said, "Actually, this kind of thing is nothing to people in our line of work. Our predecessors in the Special Operations Forces have been made into bigger scapegoats. Do you know how many of our colleagues disappeared without a trace in foreign prisons? They died without being recognized by the country. Because this is how we do things in our line of work. And they were also used to it. This was a true dedication of body and mind. Not only their own lives, but also their own reputation." Gu Nianji was truly stunned. She froze for a moment before expressing her strong objection. No. No. How can it be like this? All the people who are able to live peaceful and happy lives because of your selfless contributions should know your contributions. The names of those predecessors should not only be left in the secret files of the Special Operations Forces. I hope that one day, everyone in the Special Operations Forces who has made special contributions to this country can appear in public memorials. They should not be forgotten. And they should not bear the infamy and accusations that they should not have. Hua Xiaoheng was suddenly very touched. He leaned over and hugged her, but he didn't know how to continue. He had been trained for so many years to not defend himself or reveal a single secret no matter what kind of adversity he was in. Gu Nianji leaned back in Hua Xiaoheng's arms and smiled. She said softly, "Okay, Hua Xiao, I admit that I am not that great. I said that just now purely because of you." She turned to look at him and said firmly, "If one day you encounter this kind of situation, I will not let it go, and I will not agree to this kind of conventional treatment. I will not let anyone have any chance to slander your reputation. I swear on my life that if you are gone, I will use the rest of my life to defend your reputation and protect everything you want to protect." Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. He had never thought that Gu Nianji would understand him so well. He also never thought that there would be such a confession that could directly hit the depths of his heart and make him have no other choice but to submit. This is the first night. Today is National Day. I wish everyone a happy National Day. Now is also the first day of the new double monthly votes. Everyone can vote for the guaranteed monthly votes now. Today is the third night to ask for monthly votes. I hope everyone can do their best. The second night is at 1:00 in the afternoon, and the third night is at 7:00 in the evening. P.S. Thank you to Tong Tong Ji for your gift yesterday. Mwah. Oh, N_N. Oh. Chapter 271. She was touched, moved, aroused, and intrigued. All sorts of complicated and indescribable feelings intertwined together. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't take it anymore. He suddenly exerted strength in his arms and turned Gu Nianji around to face him. He inserted one hand into the thick hair at the back of her head and held her slender waist with the other. He pushed her against the wall behind her and pinned her down. Gu Nianji couldn't move. She looked up to see his thick, sword-like brows and dark, deep eyes pressing down on her. His scent enveloped her entire body. Gu Nianji instinctively reached out and hugged Hua Xiaoheng's strong waist. She raised her head and quickly felt heat on her lips. Hua Xiaoheng's lips had already pressed against hers and he was sucking heavily. Gu Nianji's lips instantly felt as if an electric current had passed through her entire body. Her fingers trembled and became numb. She let out a small moan and softened into a ball in Hua Xiaoheng's arms. The wall behind her was very strong, but Hua Xiaoheng's resistance was even stronger. His dominance was unmistakable at this moment. He wanted nothing more than to shackle her entire body in his palm and leave no room for maneuver. However, Gu Nianji was addicted to this kind of control because she always felt that she had no roots. She only felt safe when she was by Hua Xiaoheng's side. Only his dominance and shackles could make her feel at ease. Her heart was beating very fast. She even took the initiative to open her lips and stick out the tip of her tongue to entangle with Hua Xiaoheng's. The temperature in the bedroom seemed to suddenly rise, and both of them felt hot. Gu Nianji was still wearing the down jacket she had worn when she went out to the balcony. She had just whispered "hot" when Hua Xiaoheng had already ripped the down jacket from her body and thrown it to the ground. Gu Nianji's slender and delicate body almost became a puddle of water in Hua Xiaoheng's arms. It was as if he wanted to soften the well-tempered steel. Their kiss was so intense that it seemed like a fire was about to ignite. Hua Xiaoheng still wasn't satisfied. He simply picked her up and propped his hands between her buttocks. He pressed them against the wall and kissed her again and again. He wanted nothing more than to open her up and swallow her whole. Gu Nianji was practically hanging on to Hua Xiaoheng's waist, her slender legs wrapped tightly around him. Feeling the explosive power hidden in Hua Xiaoheng's muscular waist, Gu Nianji's heart trembled even more. The softness of her breasts rolled and pressed against Hua Xiaoheng's strong chest, the softness carrying the tenacity of a young girl. Even someone like Hua Xiaoheng, who had a strong sense of self-control, almost couldn't take it anymore. His kisses sounded like they were panting heavily, and his hands kept rubbing. Even Gu Nianji could feel the hardness of his lower body. She shivered in fear and climbed up reflexively. She subconsciously wanted to get away from the increasingly hard place. It would have been better if Gu Nianji hadn't moved, but now that she was moving, Hu Xiaoheng felt like his tendons were about to explode. He quickly held her in place and panted in her ear. "Don't move. I'll be fine in a while." Gu Nianji didn't dare to crawl anymore. She obediently allowed Hu Xiaoheng to push her against the wall. After a long time, Hu Xiaoheng sighed deeply and released his grip to put her down. Gu Nianji looked up at Hu Xiaoheng and blushed. She asked, "Are you done?" Her eyes kept glancing at his lower body. Hu Xiaoheng grunted and hugged her again. "I scared you just now." Gu Nianji was speechless. She was so upset that she wanted to bang her head against the wall. She had wasted such a good opportunity. If she had been braver just now and not made such a big fuss out of nothing, would she have pushed Hu Xiao down by now? It was her first time, after all. Her reaction had been too disappointing. Gu Nianji almost wanted to sulk at herself. Hu Xiaoheng felt that she was too young. Although she had fallen for the aphrodisiac before, it had happened completely unconsciously. She didn't remember it at all. Even her body didn't seem to have any memory of it. He looked down at Gu Nianji quietly and smiled slowly. He reached out to caress her head and said quietly, "Thank you." Gu Nianji quickly shook her head. "Don't thank me. That's what I was thinking. Believe me. I'm relieved that you think that way." Hu Xiaoheng smiled. "What I told you just now was the normal way of handling things. But this time, I don't intend to do that. So, you don't have to look so miserable." Gu Nianji glared at him. He was actually toying with her. Hadn't he just confessed to her for nothing? Gu Nianji pursed her lips and poked Hu Xiaoheng's chest with her finger. "Then what are you going to do? If you don't agree to be a couple with her, are you going to go back on what you said just now?" "This matter is too complicated, so I don't intend to stick to the rules," Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. Therefore, he took an unexpected action. He didn't tacitly agree to be a couple with Dou Qingyan, nor did he tell the truth. Instead, he publicly denied the authenticity of the photos. Deny the authenticity of the photos? Are you going to say that the photos were photoshopped? Gu Nianji looked thoughtful. But will people believe that? They will at first, but after a while, they won't be able to. Hu Xiaoheng leaned back on the sofa. His posture relaxed, as if nothing could stump him. "But it doesn't matter. I can take the gamble this time." "Why?" "First of all, it's been 7 years since the last mission. A lot of things have changed since then, and the personnel have been replaced several times. It's unlikely that they'll be able to find anything. But to be on the safe side, I've already ordered all the Special Operations Forces personnel stationed in those 2 countries to withdraw. If things go smoothly, they'll already be reporting to headquarters by this time tomorrow." Hu Xiaoheng had never been a reckless person. On the contrary, he was very cautious. He always planned before taking action, and would never fight a battle he wasn't confident of winning. "Really? Then can I infer that you've already cut off the connection between the internet and the external network?" "The internet will be blocked at least until those people return home tomorrow." Gu Nianji's eyes darted around as she thought of this possibility. She was a child of the internet, so she naturally knew how powerful the internet was for spreading information. If those photos were to be leaked, the fastest way to do so was through the internet. As long as Hu Xiaoheng blocked the connection between the domestic and external networks in time, he could temporarily block the news for a period of time. "You're worth teaching." Hu Xiaoheng knocked on her forehead. "Yes, I've already ordered little Zay to activate the Great Wall blocking program." At the same time, we're monitoring the IP addresses of the wall. He didn't have much time to fight for. He only needed 1 day and 1 night for 24 hours. Even if the foreign intelligence agencies obtained the photos and found out that there was something wrong with them, they would have to wait at least 48 hours. Time was on their side this time. This was also the main reason why he decided not to admit to their relationship. He had the confidence not to admit it. Just like 6 or 7 years ago, when Do Qingyan's father had just become the prime minister and tried to reach into the military to transfer him out, General Ji had the confidence to refute Prime Minister Do. Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng, her heart softening. She asked quietly, "Are you doing this for me?" She should be proud that he was making an exception for her again and again, right? Actually, she couldn't help but reveal a trace of arrogance on her face. Hu Xiaoheng looked down at her, then casually looked away. He said coolly, "You're overthinking it. I'm doing this to find the mastermind behind this." He stood up. "It's getting late. You should go to bed early." Gu Nianji pouted. She said to his back, "I'm going to school tomorrow. Can you arrange a car for me?" There was no bus route from the Special Operations Forces headquarters to the B University campus. It was impossible to walk there, so she needed a car. To school. Hu Xiaoheng turned around and frowned. "It's not time for school yet." "What are you going to school for?" "Professor, he told me something happened at school. He asked me to report early." Gu Nianji answered honestly. "I should have gone a long time ago." "Professor, he..." Hu Xiaoheng waved his hand nonchalantly. "You don't have to go. I've already brought your Professor he to the base to help us investigate the leak of the photos." It was the second watch. It was also the first day of the new double monthly votes. My dear friends, you can vote for your guaranteed monthly votes now. I'm asking for monthly votes at the third watch today. I hope my dear friends will do their best. 7 p.m. of the third watch. Wax. Chapter 272. Gu Nianji was shocked by the news and was silent for a few seconds. She then jumped up from the sofa and chased after Hu Xiaoheng to ask, "What happened? What happened? Hu Xiao, what else did you do?" Hu Xiaoheng stopped and turned to look at her. "I went to the Prime Minister's official residence to bring all the guests back to the base to assist in the investigation. I just came back from there when you called me." Gu Nianji sighed heavily and patted her chest. She said hoarsely, You brought all the guests back?" "Yes, they all saw the photos, so everyone has the possibility of leaking information. According to confidentiality laws, I have to monitor them until our people are out of danger." Hu Xiaoheng put his hands in his trouser pockets and spoke in a relaxed tone. Gu Nianji knew that Hu Xiaoheng must be under a lot of pressure. Disregarding everything else, although most of the guests at the Prime Minister's official residence weren't people with real power, they were direct relatives or close relatives of people with real power. For example, the sons and daughters of certain ministers, the nieces and nephews of certain senators, and young people who already worked in the Imperial Administration Department. They might not have high authority, but they had real power. There were more than 200 people in total, and Hu Xiaoheng had locked them all up. "Then Professor He, did you also bring him back like this?" Gu Nianji frowned and twisted her fingers in front of her. She knew how much power He Zhichu had in the United States. "Professor He is a lawyer himself." "Hu Xiao, you have to be careful. We also have a legal department." Hu Xiaoheng leaned against the bedroom door. "But it's not impossible if you want to see your Professor He. Ask him what's the matter. It's better than going to school." Gu Nianji couldn't help rolling her eyes at Hu Xiaoheng. "Hu Xiao, what do you mean my Professor He? When did Professor He become mine? He's not your mentor." Hu Xiaoheng raised his brows. He is my mentor, but it sounds weird for you to say he's my professor. Gu Nianji regretted the way she addressed him and quickly changed the topic. That's fine. When can I go see Professor He? Tomorrow. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Hua Xiaoheng opened the door and left. Gu Nianji stood in the middle of the bedroom in a daze for a while before returning to bed. New Year's Day had been full of ups and downs for her. Hua Xiaoheng left Gu Nianji's bedroom but didn't return to his own. Instead, he went to look at Song Jinning's bedroom on the 3rd floor. Song Jinning had slept for almost the entire day, so she wasn't sleepy at night. There was still light shining through the crack of the bedroom door. Hua Xiaoheng knocked on the door and said, "It's me." Song Jinning sat alone on the sofa in the living room outside the bedroom, playing on the computer. The internet had already developed to this stage, and she really felt that it was very novel. When she was still studying in the United States, she had seen this kind of internet in the laboratory where the United States military worked with her university. Who would have thought that 16 years later, the internet would become the global network, and countless people would entrust their lives to the network? Song Jinning looked up when she heard the knock on the door and Hua Xiaoheng's greeting. Rubbing her eyes, she placed her laptop on the small coffee table in front of the sofa and got up to open the door. "You're still awake?" Hua Xiaoheng stood at the door and asked politely. This was how they had interacted with each other 16 years ago. To outsiders, they were no better than strangers, but they knew that they had a tacit understanding between mother and son. Song Jinning rubbed her temples and smiled. "I've slept all day, and now I can't sleep." She called out to Hua Xiaoheng. "Do you want to come in and sit?" Hua Xiaoheng still had work to do, so he shook his head. "No need, I just came to see if you're comfortable here." He paused, then said, "I'm going to the military for a meeting tomorrow. The military will definitely reopen the investigation into the accident 16 years ago, and they'll need your assistance in the investigation." Song Jinning nodded quickly. "I also want to know what went wrong back then." "Don't worry, I'll do my best to cooperate with the investigation." Song Jinning was needed not only for the investigation team, but also for Bai Genie's lawsuit. Hua Xiaoheng suddenly thought of Gu Nianji. He really wanted Gu Nianji to be Song Jinning's defense lawyer, but Gu Nianji had just graduated from university, so he didn't know if she was qualified to represent Song Jinning in court. "Okay, then rest early." Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to disturb her anymore, so he turned to leave. As he walked down the stairs, he called Gu Nianji. As he expected, Gu Nianji still hadn't gone to bed. She quickly answered Hua Xiaoheng's call and mumbled, "Hua Xiao. What's up?" Hua Xiaoheng asked her as he walked out, "Nianji, are you qualified to be a defense lawyer in court now?" Gu Nianji perked up when she heard that, defense lawyer. "Hua Xiao, you want to go to court? Why are you so excited about the lawsuit?" Hua Xiaoheng laughed. "It's not me, it's my mother's lawsuit against Bai Genie." Bai Genie's lawsuit was actually more important than her aunt Luo Xinchua's lawsuit. However, in Luo Xinchua's case, the plaintiff was the prosecutor, so Gu Nianji couldn't be the prosecutor's lawyer. Of course, she also wouldn't be the defendant's lawyer for Bai Genie. Song Jinning's lawsuit against Bai Genie was an adjunct case, so Gu Nianji could still be the lawyer if she was qualified. Gu Nianji understood what Hua Xiaoheng meant, and quickly said, "I can defend in court, as long as I have a qualified lawyer with good character to endorse me." "Oh. You still need someone to endorse you?" "Yes, I passed the law exam, but I don't have enough experience, so I can't apply for a lawyer's license for now." Gu Nianji was unhappy. "I have 6 months of internship experience in the U.S. Congress, and another 6 months of internship experience in domestic law firms, so I can apply for a lawyer's license." Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help but think of He Zhichu when she mentioned her internship experience in the U.S. Congress. He Zhichu was the one who had given Gu Nianji the opportunity to intern at the U.S. Congress for 6 months. However, Gu Nianji only needed someone to endorse her, and Hu Xiaoheng could find many qualified lawyers for her. Since this wasn't a problem, Hu Xiaoheng was relieved. Then get ready to be my mother's defense lawyer. Gu Nianji happily agreed, and prepared to start studying the law the next day to prepare for Song Jining and Bai Jini's lawsuit. Hu Xiaoheng told her to go to bed again before hanging up, and walking out of his official residence, he went to where the Special Operations Forces held suspects and criminals. Of course, there was also a special place for witnesses. Hu Xiaoheng ordered the guests to be locked up in the place prepared for the suspects. In theory, these people had the possibility of leaking information, so they were all considered suspects. Among the people he brought back were Bai Yueran and Bai Shuang, two people the Special Operations Forces members were particularly familiar with. However, everyone was professional and didn't show favoritism to release Bai Yueran. Hu Xiaoheng arrived at the place where the suspects were held, and first went to the place where He Zhichu and Wen Shui were held. The two of them were held in two very narrow rooms next to each other. Hu Xiaoheng stood at the door with his hands behind his back, and looked at Wen Shui and He Zhichu respectively. Finally, he pointed to He Zhichu's room. Invite lawyer He out to assist in the investigation. Major General Hua, our professor he is not feeling well. May I ask if you can lock me in the same room as him? Wen Shui was in the room next to Hu Xiaoheng, clutching the iron bars on the window, and anxiously begged Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng slowly looked over, and stared at Wen Shui. You know me? Who are you? What's your relationship with lawyer He? It was the third watch. It was also the first day of the new double monthly votes, so you can vote for your guaranteed monthly votes now. I'm asking for monthly votes at the third watch today, so I hope you can do your best. We'll continue tomorrow at the third watch. Mwah. Chapter 273. Due to the nature of Hu Xiaoheng's work, he rarely appeared in public. Although General Ji had the intention to let him step out from behind the scenes, it was only within the military and the upper echelons of the empire. To the general public, Hu Xiaoheng was a complete stranger. However, when Shi had addressed him as Major General Hua, it was obvious that she was familiar with not only his name, but also his identity. Hu Xiaoheng was no stranger to Wen Shui. He had long since ordered his own people to investigate He Zhichu and Wen Shui's backgrounds for Gu Nianji's schooling. However, Wen Shui shouldn't have had the opportunity to know him. Or rather, from the results of his investigation, Wen Shui shouldn't be so familiar with him. The string in Hu Xiaoheng's mind flickered. His expression remained calm as he turned to look at Wen Shui, waiting for her answer. Wen Shui's eyes flashed with panic. She quickly glanced at He Zhichu, her cheeks flushing. She quickly lowered her head, her hands tightly gripping the iron railing of the window. Her lips quivered as she muttered. I just saw you at the banquet at the Prime Minister's official residence. I only found out who you were after asking Qin Yan. This explanation was indeed perfect. However, Hu Xiaoheng's suspicions did not dissipate. He asked again, Oh. Are you close to Do Qin Yan? I was Qin Yan's defense lawyer when I was abroad. I helped her with a lawsuit once. Wen Shui gradually calmed down and looked up at Hu Xiaoheng carefully. She was even more amazed now that she looked at him up close. Hu Xiaoheng's unparalleled handsomeness was suffocating. She looked at him several times before finally looking away from his face. She thought to herself that this Major General Hua was even more handsome than in photos. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at Wen Shui again. He waved his hand and ordered someone to open the door to He Zhichu's room. He Zhichu walked out of the room with a cold expression. He said to Hu Xiaoheng, Major General Hua, why are you so interested in my assistant? Hu Xiaoheng smiled and moved to the side noncommittally. Professor He, this way please. He Zhichu snorted. His expression became even colder as he pursed his lips and walked to the other side of the room. As Hu Xiaoheng turned to leave, he caught a glimpse of Wen Shuyi's faint smile from the corner of his eye. Her eyes followed He Jichu's silhouette closely. Under her thick bangs, a pair of slender eyes sparkled. Her skin was snow-white, her face was like a silver plate, and her eyebrows and mouth were thin. Hua Xiaoheng felt a sense of déjà vu. When he arrived at the interrogation room across from them, He Jichu looked up and took a seat at the long table facing the door. Hua Xiaoheng didn't go in. Instead, he walked to the room next to the interrogation room and sat down. He crossed his legs and tapped the table in front of him with one hand. He said to Zhao Liangzi, who was standing behind him, "Go interrogate him." "Roger, Chief." Zhao Liangzi turned and walked out to the interrogation room next door. Hua Xiaoheng leisurely looked at the wall in front of him. Half of the wall was a transparent window. From his side, he could see the situation in the interrogation room next door, but the interrogation room next door couldn't see what was happening here. When Zhao Liangzi walked into the interrogation room, He Jichu looked at him coldly, as if the suspect being questioned was Zhao Liangzi, not He Jichu. "Professor, he sure has an extraordinary bearing." Zhao Liangzi sat down on the chair across from He Jichu. He opened his laptop and began questioning. "May I know Professor He's full name? Where are you from? What are you doing here in the Huaxia Empire?" He Jichu bowed and said coldly, "Why are you the one asking questions? Where's your Major General Hua?" "Major General Hua is the chief. Why would he be doing this kind of menial work and taking notes?" Zhao Liangzi looked surprised and amused. His eyes twinkled with amusement, and his mockery was obvious. He and He Jichu weren't actually strangers. Because of Gu Nianji, the two of them had gotten to know each other in the United States. However, at that time, Zhao Liangzi was one of Gu Nianji's guardians. He had been very polite and courteous to He Jichu, the professor. He Jichu sat up straight and snorted. "I forgot that people like you are the best at disguising yourselves. Not only do you fool others, but sometimes you even fool yourselves, right?" Zhao Liangzi was speechless. He looked up at He Jichu and continued to repeat his question. "Professor He, please answer my question. I don't need to remind you of the consequences if you don't speak, do I?" He Jichu. He Jichu folded his hands and placed them on the long table in front of him. "Don't you know me? Business is business, personal is personal. I hope Professor He will cooperate." Zhao Liangzi began to take notes seriously. The interrogation room actually had round-the-clock video and audio recording. No matter what He Jichu said, it would be recorded. However, Zhao Liangzi watched the video and audio recording on his laptop. He Jichu lowered his eyes. His shimmering, sultry eyes were filled with emotions that no one could see. "I have an American passport. I came to the Huaxia Empire because I was hired by the B University Faculty of Law to be a professor. Aren't you Gu Nianji's guardian? She got into my graduate program. You know that, don't you?" Zhao Liangzi nodded. "Then what's your relationship with Dou Qingyan? When did you meet her? Why did she suddenly return to the empire?" He Jichu's lips curled into a playful smile. His shimmering, sultry eyes flashed with mockery. "I have nothing to do with Dou Qingyan. She's my assistant's client. If you have any questions, you can ask my assistant." "Your assistant? You mean Wen Shuyi?" Zhao Liangzi flipped through the records. "Yes, she's the next question. But you said you know nothing about Dou Qingyan. Don't you think that's an insult to our intelligence? Mr. Zhao, as a good lawyer, you must have the ability to insult other people's intelligence. How else can you fight a lawsuit?" He Jichu turned his head shamelessly and looked around the interrogation room. His eyes slowly focused on a wall on the side. If he was right, this wall had a special feature. The person on the other side could see them, but they couldn't see into the room on the other side. Hu Xiaoheng was probably sitting in the room on the other side, staring at them. The corners of Zhao Liang's mouth twitched. He felt that He Zhichu deserved to be punched. But the way his lips curved up when he mocked someone, then the corners of his eyes rose to the corners of his eyes. It was also very familiar. Professor He, with all due respect, Wen Shuyi is your assistant. That means you're her employer. How could you not know what she's done? How could you just stand by and watch her do something? That's where you're wrong. He Zhichu bowed slightly and spread his hands. Wen Shuyi may be my assistant, but I'm not her employer. Her employer is Harvard Law School, B University School of Law, and an American law firm. I'm her subordinate at school, but as a lawyer at the law firm, Wen Shuyi is fully qualified as a lawyer. Whatever cases she takes have nothing to do with me. He was actually shirking all responsibility. Zhao Liangzi frowned. He really should have let Yin Shixiang or Gu Nianji interrogate He Zhichu. This guy was too eloquent, and he was also a lawyer. Normal people wouldn't be able to handle him. As he mulled over this, He Zhichu nonchalantly shifted his gaze from the wall to Zhao Liangzi. His gaze was stern, and his tone had changed. I'd like to ask Mr. Zhao, how did you treat Nianji from the time she was 12 to 18? Did you interrogate her like this every day? Did you brainwash her? Did you torture and destroy her mentally? Zhao Liangzi froze and reflexively retorted, this has nothing to do with Nianji. Please don't change the subject. If that's the case, I have no comment. He Zhichu didn't say anything else. Unless you get Major General Hua to talk to me, or get Nianji to come here, you won't be getting anything out of me. Also, wait for my lawyer's letter. Zhao Liangzi wasn't afraid of his threats, but when he thought about how Gu Nianji was involved, he was extremely reluctant. He slowly typed a message on his computer to Hu Xiaoheng to ask what he should do. Hu Xiaoheng gave him instructions from the opposite room. Then interrogate Wen Shuyi. Give He Zhichu the cold shoulder first. Zhao Liangzi typed, Roger. He then ordered someone to bring He Zhichu back to his room and bring Wen Shuyi over. Wen Shuyi sat opposite Zhao Liangzi with an uneasy expression. She cocked her head and looked at him. Mr. Zhao, I didn't think we'd meet again. This was the first night watch. It was still double the monthly votes. My dear friends, you can vote for your guaranteed monthly votes now. It was midnight yesterday, but the monthly votes were getting fewer and fewer. I really didn't want to watch it anymore, Oh, N_N, oh. I hope my dear friends can do their best. Don't let me down today. The second night watch was 1 in the afternoon. The third night watch was 7 in the evening. Chapter 274. Professor He, can you give us a reasonable explanation? Why do we have to arrange a better room for you for Nianji's sake? Hu Xiaoheng sat leisurely across from He Zhichu with a long table between them. It looked like they were having a meeting facing each other. The guests from the Prime Minister's official residence weren't considered real suspects yet, so there wasn't a special interrogation room for suspects. The interrogation room they were in was actually used for questioning various witnesses who assisted in the investigation. He Zhichu folded his hands and placed them on his crossed legs. His expression was noble and aloof as he said dryly, because I am Nianji's tutor. Don't you people from the Huaxia Empire respect your teachers the most? Is this how you respect your own teachers? If Professor He truly sees himself as Nianji's tutor, then we will naturally treat Professor He with the courtesy of a teacher. Hu Xiaoheng looked at the camera in the interrogation room and smiled. Fortunately, the camera here has already recorded Professor He's words. I hope Professor He won't be so forgetful and forget that he is Nianji's tutor. Of course I won't forget. He Zhichu leaned forward and reached out a hand. His fingers tapped on the table as if he were playing the piano. But Major General Hua shouldn't use the outdated teacher for a day father for life, to apply to the current teacher-student relationship. When he said this, his shimmering, sultry eyes twinkled with amusement, but his expression didn't change much. Gu Nianji saw this from the next room and heard He Jichu's words through her earpiece. She couldn't help but sigh and cover her forehead with her hand. She wondered what professor he was trying to do. Hua Xiaoheng tilted his head across from He Jichu and understood that He Jichu was blocking his words. He reached out and tapped on the table. Professor He, a teacher for a day, father for life is never outdated. Of course, there's nothing we can do if Professor He doesn't want to be a teacher. After all, as long as he doesn't violate the law and is only morally corrupt, we can't do anything to him. But I believe in Nianji. She's a good girl who knows right from wrong and has a deep hatred for morally corrupt people. I'm not worried that Professor He will lead her astray. He Jichu's expression darkened and his eyes darkened. You're slandering my reputation. I wouldn't dare. I'm just analyzing it according to Professor He's words. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. His slender fingers clenched into a fist and then slowly retracted. It was as if he was in slow motion, full of tension and deterrence. He Jichu nodded slightly. I didn't expect Major General Hua to understand logic. What a surprise. Has Professor He studied me before? Hua Xiaoheng sat up straight. It looks like Professor He is really resourceful. He even has people working for the Huaxia Imperial Military. Hee, you don't have to trick me. He Jichu shook his head. I just want to get to know Nianji and see what kind of environment she grew up in all these years. Professor He, don't you think that your concern for Nianji has already exceeded the scope of a professor's concern for his student? It depends on how you define a professor's concern for his students. He Jichu didn't fall for it at all. He switched to another leg to support himself. He had an awe-inspiring and unapproachable demeanor. A good professor will spare no effort to promote his students. Major General Hua hasn't seen it before, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. That's true. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. After all, it's really rare to find a student as obedient and smart as Nianji. But Hua Xiaoheng changed the topic. I want to know how Professor He found out that Nianji grew up here from 12 to 18. This was a fact that only the Special Operations Forces knew. He Jichu looked amused. He averted his gaze to look at the one-way glass wall. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes seemed to be able to see through it. How did I find out? Of course I found out from you. Major General Hua, you made a mistake. You were blinded by lust and exposed Nianji. Why are you asking me? The smile in He Jichu's eyes instantly disappeared. He stared at Hua Xiaoheng with a dark expression. He didn't look any less imposing than Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback. He quickly shook his head. Please explain, Professor He. Explain. Isn't that simple? Nianji applied to be my graduate student, and the resume you provided her was flawless. There were no flaws at all. It looked like it was real. But as soon as you showed up and publicly announced that you were Nianji's guardian, her previous resume immediately fell apart. He Jichu's thin lips curled into a cold smile. Do I still need information for that? Hua Xiaoheng thought about it. He raised both hands and applauded He Jichu. Professor He is indeed a famous lawyer. Your observation skills are truly admirable. You flatter me. But I still have to say that if you didn't do this, you wouldn't have been exposed, Professor He. Hua Xiaoheng folded his arms and crossed them in front of his chest. He said calmly, Nianji's resume, from a legal point of view, was originally real. But Professor He saw it as if it was real at a glance. This conclusion can no longer be described as observation skills. When Hua Xiaoheng decided to step out from behind the scenes, he had already anticipated the impact on Nianji. Because first of all, this meant that Ninji's previous resume was all problematic. As soon as her guardian was revealed to be Hua Xiaoheng, Major General Hua of the Huaxia Imperial Military Special Operations Forces, her resume was split into two parts. One was before the age of 12, and the other was after the age of 12. But the person who could see this must have a certain level of understanding of Ninji. Furthermore, it could even be an insider who knew about Ninji's life before the age of 12. Could He Jichu be that insider? Hua Xiaoheng stared at He Jichu and didn't miss a single change in his expression. But even in front of the extremely observant Hua Xiaoheng, He Jichu's expression didn't reveal any secrets. He said coldly, "A good lawyer must be able to doubt everything. Major General Hua, do you have any misunderstandings about my professional abilities?" "I wouldn't dare." Hua Xiaoheng bowed slightly and lowered his head. "I don't understand Professor He's profession, but judging from your achievements, you must be outstanding." He Jichu nodded and accepted Hua Xiaoheng's compliment without hesitation. "To me, my profession is as important as my students. I care for every student I mentor." Although Hua Xiaoheng had his suspicions, he knew he couldn't dig out all of He Jichu's secrets in one go. He understood that going too far was as bad as not going far enough, and he had the patience to take his time. So Hua Xiaoheng changed the topic to Dou Qingyan. What Professor He said earlier was indeed correct. I was too narrow-minded. Professor He's concern for Ninji is actually normal, but it can't be compared to your concern for your assistant, Wen Shui. I really was overthinking things. What do you mean? He Jichu sensed that something was wrong. What concern for my assistant? Hua Xiaoheng became even calmer. He crossed his arms and asked leisurely, "Are you familiar with Dou Qingyan?" "I told you, I'm not familiar with her at all." He Jichu frowned. "I'm asking you a question. When did I ever care more about my assistant than my student? Why are you bringing Dou Qingyan into this?" "Because the two are directly related." Hua Xiaoheng took out 2 chocolates from the crystal sugar cup on the table. He placed one in front of himself and pushed the other towards He Jichu. "You really care about your assistant, Wen Shui. You even love her clients, including her house and her dog. According to what you said before, you're not familiar with Dou Qingyan at all. You've never interacted with her before, but you're willing to lend one of the 5 private jets in the world to send Dou Qingyan back to the Huaxia Empire for Wen Shui's sake. I'm sure teaching assistant Wen understands this deep friendship, and is very protective of Professor He." Hua Xiaoheng's words were sharp. He was forcing He Jichu to admit that he had unusual feelings for Wen Shui. Otherwise, how could he explain lending a large, intercontinental private jet to Wen Shui's client, Dou Qingyan, who he had no interaction with himself? Otherwise, He Jichu would have to admit that he and Dou Qingyan did have no interaction with each other. Not only did they know each other, but they were also very close. That way, He Jichu could not stay out of Dou Qingyan's lawsuit. This was the first update. Asking for monthly and recommendation votes. I'm still getting double monthly votes. Today was the second update. 7:00 in the evening. Chapter 275. He Jichu clenched his fists and pursed his thin lips. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes were cold, but he couldn't speak for a moment. No matter what Hua Xiaoheng's words were, it would be a huge problem for He Jichu. Of course, he had no feelings for Wen Shui, and he was only acquainted with Dou Qingyan. However, he knew someone had set up such a trap, and he was happy to see it happen. He had stood by and even borrowed a plane to take advantage of the situation. He hadn't expected Hua Xiaoheng to combine these two seemingly unrelated matters to interrogate him. However, He Jichu had been through as much as Hua Xiaoheng, and had even been through more dangerous situations than him. He could still handle this kind of difficult question. The corners of He Jichu's mouth twitched. His voice was cold as if it had been dipped in ice water. So in Major General Hua's opinion, lending a large plane means you have a good impression of the other party. Then he snorted. This kind of good impression is too cheap. Cheap? Hua Xiaoheng asked, is Professor He showing off his wealth? Yes, you can understand it that way. He Zhichu leaned back in his chair and rested his hands on the armrests like a gloomy king. To me, this plane is no different from the cars in your garage, Major General Hua. It's just a means of transportation. There's no difference between them. Since my assistant needs it, there's no harm in lending it to her. He was using his wealth to crush He Zhichu. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and became even more wary of He Zhichu. Not only was this man smart, but he also had such a large amount of wealth. He might also know about Ninji's past and was even eyeing her covetously. He really needed to pay more attention to him. Professor He's explanation is a bit forced, but it's not unacceptable. Hua Xiaoheng crossed his legs and raised his chin slightly. But with Professor He's wealth, and yet the He family is unknown. No wonder people have all kinds of speculations. That can't be helped. What other people think is their business. I can't shut their mouths and stop them from talking, can I? He Zhichu shrugged indifferently. Now do you believe that I have nothing to do with Do Qinyan? Professor He, you came here in the same car as Do Qinyan. It's too far-fetched to deny any interaction with her. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. He could hear Gu Ninji's voice in his earpiece. Mr. Hua, Professor He definitely knows Do Qinyan, and they're very close. That day, before Do Qinyan showed me those photos, he told me himself at the Prime Minister's official residence that you and Do Qinyan were a perfect match. He knew about the existence of those photos. Hua Xiaoheng listened intently for a while, then looked up at He Zhichu, his expression even more calm. He ended the call on his headset and smiled at He Zhichu. Professor He, one of our people just said that he heard you talking to Ninji at the Prime Minister's official residence the other day. Apparently, you already knew about the photos, and about the entanglement between Do Qinyan and me. He Zhichu pursed his lips and immediately thought of Gu Ninji. Only Gu Ninji could have heard what he said. Moreover, when he said those words, there was no one else by his side, only she. He Zhichu was furious, and his expression changed immediately. He sneered and said, "Who heard that? Tell her to come out and confront me." He sat up straight in his chair, his straight back actually resembling a soldier's. Of course not, for now. Hua Xiaoheng wanted to delay. Then I have no comment. He Zhichu didn't want to say anything more. His expression was very unhappy. Hua Xiaoheng saw He Zhichu's stubbornness and didn't press the issue further. He nodded dryly. Then we'll talk about it later. He Zhichu stood up as well. His expression was dark. Can you let me see Ninji? Why do you want to see Ninji? Hua Xiaoheng also stood up. She just interrogated Wen Shui. Are you sure you want to see her? He Zhichu's head jerked up. His gaze was as sharp as a sword as he looked at Hua Xiaoheng. What? You want her to work for you? Hua Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and said calmly, it doesn't count as working for me. She's our specially hired negotiator. He Zhichu grew even angrier. His face was livid. His shimmering, sultry eyes were filled with anger. The corners of his eyes were even slightly red. This was a sign of extreme anger. Hua Xiaoheng, don't you dare use a woman to help you get promoted. He Zhichu slammed his fist on the table. I want to see Ninji. Now. Immediately. In the room next door, Gu Ninji covered her mouth in shock. Zhao Liangsa also walked to her side to watch the situation in the interrogation room with her. Hearing He Zhichu's words, Zhao Liangsa looked at Gu Ninji with a conflicted expression. Then he looked at the interrogation room and asked quietly, are you going? Gu Nianji nodded. I'll go. I don't want Professor He to argue with Hua Xiao. Although she would definitely stand on Hua Xiao's side, as long as Professor He didn't deliberately make things difficult for her, Gu Nianji didn't want to go against him. As a professor, He Zhichu truly took good care of Gu Nianji. She couldn't go against her conscience. Hua Xiao, let me speak with Professor He. Gu Nianji spoke to Hua Xiaoheng through the earpiece. Hua Xiaoheng grunted and looked down to put away the things on the table. He said to He Zhichu, Nianji will be here in a minute. Not long after Hua Xiaoheng left, Gu Nianji opened the door to the interrogation room and entered. Professor He. Gu Nianji bowed politely to him. He Zhichu froze. Nianji, why are you being so polite with me? Professor He is my instructor. Of course I have to respect him. Gu Nianji smiled slightly and pulled out the chair for He Zhichu. Please sit. He Zhichu sat down dejectedly and stared at Gu Nianji silently. Gu Nianji smiled at him and said, Professor He, I heard everything you said to Hua Xiao just now. I'm very happy. You're very happy. He Zhichu raised a brow. Why are you happy? I'm very happy. This has nothing to do with Professor He. Gu Nianji said calmly. He Zhichu snorted and rubbed his nose noncommittally. Nianji, I didn't say anything. Aren't you celebrating too early? I know that Professor He might not have been completely unaware, but as long as Professor He didn't really interfere, I'm still grateful to Professor He and owe you a favor. Gu Nianji said as she stood up and bowed respectfully to He Zhichu again. He Zhichu froze and looked at Gu Nianji with a conflicted expression. He didn't say anything or stop her. I studied with Professor He in the United States for 6 months. I know very well that with Professor He's influence in the United States, these photos would have been leaked a long time ago if Professor He had really interfered. Gu Nianji said sincerely. She had just figured this out in the room next door when He Zhichu said that the big plane was not a big deal. He Zhichu could only smile. Don't think so highly of me. Of course I have my own selfish motives. Hua Xiaoheng had dug a hole for him, so how could he not also set a trap for him? He Zhichu sneered inwardly. He stared fixedly at Gu Nianji. Many words tumbled in his chest, but he couldn't say them. Whether it was intentional or not, this matter is still under control. I'm grateful to Professor He for that. Gu Nianji flattered He Zhichu a few more times. It's my good fortune to be your master's student. As the saying goes, flattery never works. Even someone as noble and reserved as He Zhichu, who didn't lack anything, couldn't take Gu Nianji's flattery. Fine, I know what you mean. He Zhichu looked down arrogantly, but the corners of his peach blossom eyes raised slightly as he looked at Gu Nianji. Hua Xiaoheng's life or death has nothing to do with me. But he used you to do things for him, and I can't tolerate that. Professor He, Hua Xiao didn't use me. I did it willingly. Gu Nianji tried to dispel He Zhichu's strange thoughts. Also, I was originally studying law. Helping out as a negotiation expert and learning communication and debate skills is also useful. Professor He, don't you think that's a bad thing? How childish. He Zhichu's expression was cold, and his voice was even colder. What department is he from? Does he need a university graduate like you, who hasn't even gotten a lawyer's license, to be a negotiation expert? Nianji, don't be blinded by him. For people like him, even if he sold you out, you'd still cheer for him. This was the second watch. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Now it's still double monthly votes. Good night, my dears. Oh, N_N, oh. Chapter 276. Hua Xiao isn't that kind of person. Gu Nianji wasn't angered by Wen Shi, but she was successfully angered by He Jichu's attitude. She clenched her fists and stood up. Her delicate, snow-white face was flushed with anger, and her big eyes were burning with anger. It was as if a beautiful girl from a manga had suddenly come to life. Although she did not have any attack power, her vivid beauty struck more than one person's heart in that instant. He Jichu abruptly turned and walked towards the door of the interrogation room. He didn't want to say a word to Gu Nianji. Just as he placed his hand on the door handle, Gu Nianji had already caught up to him. She tugged at his sleeve and said relentlessly, "Professor He, you can't say that about Huashao. I told you. What are you going to do about it?" He Jichu turned around and looked at Gu Nianji coldly. His shimmering, sultry eyes were filled with anger, and his nose was even more straight. His thin lips were tightly pursed, and his fists were clenched and shaking uncontrollably. Gu Nianji was so frightened that she took 2 steps back and let go of He Jichu's sleeve. Hua Xiaoheng's deep and magnetic voice sounded in her earpiece, "Nianji, don't panic. Getting angry won't solve anything." Hua Xiaoheng's voice was a reassuring reassurance. Gu Nianji took 2 deep breaths and quickly calmed down. She closed her eyes and said sincerely to He Jichu again, "Professor He, I'm already 18 years old. I know what I'm doing. I'm willing to be a negotiation expert and help Huashao with some things. It's also been my dream for many years. I hope Professor He can understand. What if I can't? Then shut up and don't gossip about me." Gu Nianji threw down her words, "Even if my parents were here, they wouldn't be able to force me." He Jichu froze. "Your parents? According to your resume, aren't they dead?" Gu Nianji stared at He Jichu for a long time, then said, "I mean even if. Even if. That's just an assumption, it's not real." He Jichu seemed to remember something and sighed silently. He put his hands in his trouser pockets and said coldly, "Do you think just because they say you're a negotiation expert? Do you think it's that easy to be a negotiator for the special forces? How childish. I'm right about you. Huashao already told me to do it." Gu Nianji muttered unhappily. "Huashao would never lie to me." Ha! The corners of He Jichu's mouth twitched. He looked around the interrogation room and stared at the camera in the corner of the room. He pointed at Gu Nianji and sneered at the camera. "Tell me, what procedures do you need to go through to be a negotiator for the Special Operations Forces? Gu Nianji, is she qualified to be your expert negotiator? Do you dare swear to the country you serve that you did not lie to her?" Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes. She hadn't expected Professor He to be so disgusted by her being a negotiator for the Special Forces. Although she felt that she didn't need to explain anything to He Jichu, she also felt that she couldn't continue arguing with him like this. Gu Nianji's mind raced as she thought of another idea. She smiled. "Since Professor He doesn't think I'll be a negotiator, I don't have to do it. But if I want to be a defense lawyer and argue in court, can Professor He sign it for me? To prove that I interned at the U.S. Congress for half a year and have 6 months of work experience?" He Jichu raised his eyebrows. His eyebrows were especially well-shaped. They were neat and black as if they had been cut with a knife. They made his shimmering almond-shaped eyes even more eye-catching. He Jichu was stunned by Gu Nianji's unexpected concession. His mood also eased. "You want to be a defense lawyer and argue in court?" He Jichu mused. His head was half lowered, and his entire body exuded a cold, unapproachable aura. "Yes, Professor He. Can you sign it for me? Or, it would be better if you could endorse me." Gu Nianji's eyes widened. She wanted nothing more than to win He Jichu over to help Song Jining with her lawsuit against Bai Genie. With He Jichu's abilities, wouldn't they have a better chance of winning? Even if He Jichu didn't appear in court, Gu Nianji would feel more confident as long as he could help them. He Jichu looked at her coldly. When you're no longer a negotiator here, come see me to sign it. He then knocked on the door. I'm going out. Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand from the opposite room. The person in charge of monitoring the interrogation room pressed a button in the control room, and the door opened automatically. He Zhichu returned to his room and didn't ask for a better room, but he didn't say anything either. He was very quiet as he lay on the bed alone, folding his arms behind his head. No one knew what he was thinking. Gu Nianji returned to the room next door. Hua Xiaoheng, who was sitting across from her, smiled politely. Mr. Hua, I hope you don't mind what happened just now. Professor He's current stance is uncertain. It's not good for us to have another powerful enemy. Everything she had prepared had been from Hua Xiaoheng's standpoint. Gu Nianji had also been thinking about Song Jinning's case. Zhao Liangzi also spoke up. Mr. Hua, Nianji really impressed me this time. She was able to immediately think of a neutral party, especially a lawyer like He Zhichu. He will definitely be of great help to Mrs. Song's case. He had spent time with Gu Nianji in the United States. He had a direct understanding of He Zhichu's status and power in the United States. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Gu Nianji and nodded. Good. Prepare to defend in court. As for the expert negotiator, it was originally for He Zhichu and Wen Shuyi. Now that you've interrogated both of them, it's fine. Gu Nianji trusted Hua Xiaoheng. She smiled. Mr. Hua, you don't have to say that. I was willing to do it. Hua Xiaoheng tousled her hair. Go back to sleep. It's almost 2. 2 or 3 in the morning was when people were the most sleepy. It was also the time when people's defenses were the easiest to break. He Zhichu and Wen Shuyi weren't bad, but Gu Nianji had angered them into saying many things. Dou Qingyan was even worse. Yin Shixiang only took an hour to interrogate all the information. He also interrogated Dou Haoyan, the eldest son of the Dou family, and Dou Aiyan, the youngest daughter of the Dou family. He collected all their statements and was waiting outside for Hua Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji opened the door wearily and saw Yin Shixiang standing there. She nodded at him in greeting, then couldn't help covering her mouth and yawning. Tired? Go back to sleep. Yin Shixiang patted Gu Nianji's shoulder. Thank you for your hard work today. Gu Nianji walked a few steps, then suddenly turned around to ask, Brother Xiong, do you guys always work late like this? Yeah, we're used to it. Sometimes we don't sleep for days and nights. We can stay up as long as the criminals can. Yin Shixiang smiled slyly and winked at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji giggled. She turned and staggered back to Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. Yin Shixiang entered the room and placed the statements in front of Hua Xiaoheng. He sighed. Mr. Hua, what do you plan to do with this? Hua Xiaoheng picked up the statements and flipped through them. His eyes scanned the names one by one. He said dryly, these are the people who helped Dou Qingyan steal the prop photos from the files. Yes. Look at these people's social connections. They're all on Prime Minister Dou's side. The most important people here were recruited through Prime Minister Dou's connections. Yin Shixiang circled the names. This one, and this one happened to be in charge of the archive and storage of the prop photos. Mrs. Dou loved her daughter, so she used her connections and begged them to get a set of photos. Mrs. Dou. Does that mean Prime Minister Dou doesn't know anything? Zhao Liangzi frowned. But Mrs. Dou is famous for her charity work. It's not good to touch her. Oh, do you really believe Prime Minister Dou doesn't know anything? But at this point, even if he knows, he has to pretend not to know. Yin Shixiang tossed the pen in his hand. He picked it up and twirled it between his fingers. But these people stole information from the special ops. This is a huge crime. They can't be allowed to live. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the names and nodded. Fortunately, they're all clerical and have never been on a mission. He passed the list to Yin Shixiang. Arrest them immediately. This was the first night watch. Asking for monthly and recommendation votes. Now it's still double monthly votes. Today was the second night watch. 7 p.m. the second night watch. Chapter 277. These people were members of the Special Operations Forces. Hu Xiaoheng had the authority to arrest them if they violated the Special Operations Forces laws. Roger, Chief. Yin Shixiang received the order and quickly went to make arrangements for the arrest. In the early morning of January 2nd, a thin man in a black coat arrived at a residential building and knocked on the door of the property management office with a few people. They showed their IDs and quickly took the elevator to the 12th floor. The doorbell rang, and the person who was sleeping was awakened. Sleepily, she opened the door. Gao Hongshi. This is your arrest warrant. Come with us. The man in plain clothes outside the door took out his ID and waved it. Gao Hongshi immediately woke up and took a cautious step back. What do you want? I'm from the Special Operations Forces. You're suspected of stealing secret information from the Special Operations Forces archives. You've been arrested. Gao Hongshi's face turned pale. He hadn't expected that after 6 or 7 years, what happened all those years ago would still be discovered. At the same time, in several residential buildings in Sea City and the imperial capital, people were continuously taken from their homes and interrogated. They didn't know what was happening at first and thought someone was trying to frame them. However, every time the person who arrested them mentioned the photos related to Dou Qingyan, they collectively froze. Their faces were ashen and their legs were weak. They were almost all pushed into cars and taken away. Because Hu Xiaoheng had handled the incident at the Prime Minister's official residence in time, the news had not been leaked. He had arrested the moles within the Special Operations Forces overnight and shocked everyone with a thunderous blow. Many people who had been prepared to plead for mercy found that the situation was hopeless before they could do anything. By dawn, Hu Xiaoheng's office at the Special Operations Forces headquarters had already received 4 reports telling him that the people directly involved had been arrested. Hu Xiaoheng was half relieved. He looked at the map on his computer and asked Zhao Liangzi, who was standing in front of his desk. Have our people in Italy and Northern Ireland already set off for home? They've all boarded the plane. Zhao Liangzi confirmed one by one. We issued an orange alert yesterday. This is the highest level of external alert. They know the severity of the situation. Hu Xiaoheng closed his eyes and crossed his arms as he leaned back in his chair. He was still a little worried. In their line of work, it was not uncommon to be asked to get off the plane. He instructed Zhao Liangzi in a low voice, have someone wait at the airport. As soon as they get off the plane, have them return to headquarters through the special passageway. Yes, Chief. Zhao Liangzi went out to assign manpower, while Yin Shixiang was still handling matters related to Dou Qingyan's case. At 6:00 in the morning, Yin Shixiang called Hu Xiaoheng. He sounded distressed. Mr. Hu, Dou Qingyan has a drug addiction, let her take it. Hu Xiaoheng calmly opened the curtains. Get a doctor to observe her. Don't give her any medicine. The doctor is already here. Yin Shixiang was silent. He looked at Dou Qingyan, who was tied up on the bed. I'll get the doctor to talk to you. The Special Forces military doctor quickly took Yin Shixiang's phone and said anxiously, Mr. Hu, Dou Qingyan's drug addiction has exceeded what the human body can handle. If we don't give her the medicine, I'm afraid she won't make it. More importantly, the Special Military Court had not yet tried her. If she died just like that, with all the bruises and wounds on her body caused by the drug addiction, the Dou family could easily turn around and accuse Hu Xiaoheng of extorting a confession and causing Dou Qingyan's death. Even if Hu Xiaoheng produced evidence to prove that Dou Qingyan died from the drug addiction, the Dou family would not admit it. They might even accuse them of spreading rumors. Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips, making the line of his jaw look even more rigid. Call Chen Lai over. He knows what he's doing. Chen Lai had just woken up when Yin Shixiang called him over. When he arrived at the room where Dou Qingyan was being held, Chen Lai looked at Dou Qingyan, who was tied up on the bed. Her eyes were unfocused and unfocused. He shook his head helplessly. A single mistake can cause everlasting sorrow. Why did you have to do this? Give her a sedative first. I still have something to report to Mr. Hua. As he spoke, he walked out to an empty room and called Hu Xiaoheng. Everyone in the room trusted Chen Lai. After injecting Dou Qingyan with the sedative, she finally fell asleep. Chen Lai took out a needle from his medicine box in the small room and looked at the medicine inside. He called Hu Xiaoheng. Mr. Hua, there's a way that might be able to help Dou Qingyan get better. What is it? That's up to you. Chen Lai knew Dou Qingyan. They were childhood friends. Have Nianji donate some of her bone marrow. No. Hu Xiaoheng objected flatly. What do you think Nianji is? Your all-purpose medicine warehouse. Chen Lai, don't disappoint me. Chen Lai said. Mr. Hua, don't be so agitated. I was just asking. It's fine if you don't agree. Remember, no matter who makes this request to you in the future, you have to object like this. Do I need you to say that? Watch your mouth. Hu Xiaoheng hung up the phone and threw it on the floor. He buried his head in his computer and typed out a report. Although Chen Lai hadn't used Gu Nianji's bone marrow, he had used some of her remaining blood samples. He had diluted them and made a few syringes. He had originally intended to use them for experiments, but now that Dou Qingyan's body had been destroyed by the banned drugs, Chen Lai decided to give it a try. He carried the medical kit back to Dou Qingyan's room. First, he drew a few vials of Dou Qingyan's blood for blood analysis, then injected her vein with a special syringe and connected her to various instruments to monitor her physical condition. By the afternoon, Dou Qingyan's condition had stabilized. The banned drugs in her blood had been reduced to a manageable amount. In the future, if Dou Qingyan was forced to stop taking the drugs, she might be able to recover. Chen Lai looked at the data in the afternoon and was in a good mood. He called Hu Xiaoheng and smiled. If Dou Qingyan stops taking the banned drugs, she probably won't be addicted anymore. But Hu Xiaoheng, I have to be honest with you. I still benefited a little from Nianji. As he spoke, he admitted to using some of Nianji's blood sample to dilute the syringes. Hu Xiaoheng hit his forehead with his fist, speechless. His voice was a little hoarse. I said, don't do it again. If you know what's good for you, destroy those syringes yourself. Otherwise, you'd better go to prison and do your science experiments. For the first time, Hu Xiaoheng felt that it was a burden to have a Frankenstein friend who was crazy about medical research. Chen Lai pursed his lips and looked at the syringes in his medicine box. Although he was very reluctant, he still opened the video on his phone and showed it to Hu Xiaoheng. Watch, I'll destroy them myself. Chen Lai poured the syringes into a lead can and added various chemicals to destroy the active ingredients. He left them for 15 days, after which the drugs would be useless. Hu Xiaoheng watched silently as Chen Lai destroyed all the syringes. He nodded slightly. You've made an exception this time. You owe me a favor. Remember to pay me back in the future. Ha! When did I owe you a favor? Chen Lai shrieked. I'm helping you save your old lover. You don't appreciate it and you're blaming me. I don't have an old lover. Hu Xiaoheng denied flatly. Don't talk nonsense. Seriously, Hu Xiaoheng, you and Do Qingyan pretended to be engaged on a mission, but you lived together for half a year. You really didn't fall in love with each other. Chen Lai was usually very nosy, but he couldn't help it now. Hu Xiaoheng didn't expect Chen Lai to ask such a question. It was basically questioning his professionalism. He mercilessly poked at Chen Lai's weak spot. Dr. Yi has been your colleague for so long. Did she fall in love with you? Chen Lai's face turned purple when he heard this. He stiffened his neck and said angrily, Hu Xiaoheng. Don't hit me in the face. Don't be so smug. I'll definitely get Dr. Yi. Just you watch. I'll wait and see. Hu Xiaoheng stood in front of the window and looked out at the scenery. So you should put more effort into chasing Dr. Yi and mind your own business. Hu Xiaoheng hung up. Chen Lai stared at his phone. He felt his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys hurt. He wouldn't dare to provoke Hu Xiaoheng again. Any random word could hit him in his weak spot. It would make him so uncomfortable that he couldn't eat or sleep. He wouldn't be able to focus on work, study, or research at all. It was the second watch. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Now it's still double monthly votes. Good night, kiss. \amazed face /. Chapter 278. Hu Xiaoheng had just hung up when the operator's voice rang in his ear. Mr. Hu, Deputy Minister Xue is calling for you. Hu Xiaoheng didn't want to be interrupted and instructed the operator, asked them to leave a message. I'm busy and can't answer outside calls. That day, the news officially spread at 6 p.m. until the third day before Do Qingyan's case was heard. Calls to plead for Hu Xiaoheng came one after another, and the entire Special Operations Force's phones exploded. 48 hours had passed, and the guests held in the Special Operations Forces were released one after another. A few with abnormal signals on their phones were kept for further observation. Jean Wani had no problems. This was a completely undeserved misfortune. Yin Shixiang happened to be free and took the initiative to walk her out. He smiled and said, "Take care, Lawyer Jean." Jean Wani already knew Yin Shixiang's identity and rolled her eyes at him with dissatisfaction. "Mr. Yin, this is unkind of you. How could you lie to me like this?" It's a job requirement, a job requirement." Yin Shixiang didn't explain further. He waved at Jean Wani and turned to leave. Jean Wani bit her lower lip and walked out of the Special Operations Forces base. She found that her distant relative's uncle, Mr. Jean, one of the partners of the JD law firm, had personally come to pick her up in a car. "Uncle, why did you come personally?" Jean Wani was surprised and happy as she hurried to the car. "I was worried about you. Come on in." The door of the luxury limousine opened and Jean Wani sat inside. The car quickly made a U-turn and sped away. Zhao Liangze had just walked by Shuang out. Seeing Jean Wani get into a luxury car, Zhao Liangze quietly raised his wrist to smooth his hair and took a picture of the car's license plate with the camera on his watch. Bai Shuang had been silent the whole time, but was obviously in a good mood. She blushed when she saw Zhao Liangze. She had once been the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but was actually clumsy in front of him. She couldn't even say a complete sentence. Zhao Liangze was very polite to her and apologized profusely. "Miss Bai, please don't mind me. This is a procedural requirement, so there won't be any criminal records." Bai Shuang finally smiled. "It's okay." Then she fell silent again. Zhao Liangze looked around. "Miss Bai, is there no car from your family to pick you up?" "They're not here yet, right?" Bai Shuang looked around for a while, but she didn't see the Bai family's car. She couldn't help but ask, "Isn't my cousin going with them?" She was asking Bai Yuan. "Your cousin is a workaholic. As soon as she was released, she met up with the people from the legal department for a meeting. Zhao Liangzi chuckled. Do you want to see her? No need, let her be busy. Bai Shuang blushed even more when she saw Zhao Liangzi smile. Zhao Liangzi joked with her for a while and waited for the Bai family's car to arrive before waving goodbye to her. Bai Shuang sat in the car and couldn't help but stare at Zhao Liangzi's tall back. Ever since his father defected and went abroad, his heart had been filled with gloom. Finally, a ray of sunshine shone in. He Zhichu and Wen Shui were also fine, so they were released when the time was up. Gu Nianji personally went to see He Zhichu off. Standing in front of the boundary marker of the Special Operations Forces headquarters, He Zhichu straightened the furry little beret on Gu Nianji's head with a cold expression. Come to school early when you have time. You're a lawyer, not a soldier. Don't mess around with them. Gu Nianji was a yes-man and didn't dare to throw a tantrum anymore. She only complained in her heart that if she could join the army, she would definitely do so. Unfortunately, the Special Operations Forces didn't accept her. Gu Nianji was very good at comforting herself. She didn't think about these things that spoiled the mood and smiled at He Zhichu. Professor He, I'll go to the university in 2 days to get your signature. You must remember. Okay, call me before you go. I'll send a car to pick you up. He Zhichu's fingers were cold and occasionally touched the skin beside Gu Nianji's ear. It was as cool as iced jade. Gu Nianji shrank back uncomfortably and waved goodbye to He Zhichu. Goodbye, Professor He. She watched them get in the car and drive away before turning to leave. Returning to Hu Xiaoheng's official residence, Gu Nianji discovered that Hu Xiaoheng had an endless stream of guests. She pulled Yin Shixiang to a corner of the living room and craned her neck to ask, Brother Xiong, what are these people doing? Interceding. Yin Shixiang laughed coldly. All they know is interceding. Why don't they think about what they've done? What's wrong? Is it serious? Of course it's serious. This time, our Special Operations Forces went through a huge purge. Yin Shixiang gestured like he was telling a story. TSK, everyone says that Prime Minister Do is a prime minister from a humble background and doesn't have cliques like those big families. He's an honest prime minister. Who knew that all the crows in the world are really black? This Prime Minister Do even dares to plant people in the Special Operations Forces. Oh. He really has people? Why not? If he didn't, how did he get those photos out? Yin Shixiang held a dart in his hand and threw it. It hit the bullseye on the opposite wall. Want to have a game of darts? No, you're so annoying. You know I don't like darts. Gu Nianji's darts weren't very accurate and were far worse than her marksmanship. That was why she hated playing darts with others. Just those photos alone are enough to cause a purge. The photos are just the tip of the iceberg. Do Qingyan aside, there are 4 other people who helped commit crimes. They stole secret information from the Special Operations Forces and leaked it to the outside world. Apart from the photos, there's also Big Xiong, Hu Xiao wants to see you. Zhao Liangzi walked over and stopped Yin Shixiang from continuing. Gu Nianji smiled. I'm going to bed. Remember to rest. She turned to go upstairs. Her back looked a little lonely. Yin Shixiang looked in the direction Gu Nianji had disappeared to and opened his mouth to say something. In the end, he didn't call out to her. He only glared at Zhao Liangzi and said quietly, Don't speak if you don't know how to speak. No one thinks you're mute. You changed the topic so abruptly. Do you think Nianji doesn't know what you're trying to say? I'm doing this for her own good, and for your own good. Everyone is feeling insecure because of the leak. You need to watch your mouth. Zhao Liangzi said unhappily, General Ji and Speaker Long are here. Director Bai is talking to them in the living room and waiting for Hua Xiao. Go find Hua Xiao. Meanwhile, in the Prime Minister's official residence, Yan Qiuying, the Prime Minister's wife, was crying so hard her eyes were swollen. She tugged at the Prime Minister's sleeve and said, "Hurry up and think of a way to save Qin Yan. Are you really going to watch her go to jail?" "Yes, Prime Minister, you can't just sit back and do nothing. Qin Yan has suffered enough these past few years. What's more, it's just a few photos. What right does Major General Hua have to be so relentless? Is he more powerful than you, Prime Minister?" Mrs. Yan was accompanied by the wives of several cabinet ministers. Their husbands were all Prime Minister Dou's subordinates and were usually very close to Mrs. Yan. This time, when Dou Qingyan was in trouble, they had also helped to intercede and comfort Mrs. Yan. Yes, she has a point. No matter how powerful Major General Hua is, he's only an officer in the military. You are the head of the country and the Prime Minister with real power. Which of the country's affairs, big or small, can you not handle? Which official in this country is more powerful than you? These madams were very eloquent, and their flattery was not limited to one pattern. They could flatter him in all kinds of ways. Prime Minister Dou had been able to keep his cool at first, but then he heard the wife of the cabinet finance minister say with a sigh, "To be honest, this matter can be serious or minor. At the most, it's just that Qin Yan shouldn't have told anyone that Major General Hua is her ex-boyfriend. At the least, it's a girl's secret crush. How could it be so serious? She even has to go to military court. Didn't Qin Yan retire already? Why does she have to go to military court?" Prime Minister Dou could no longer sit still. This matter was directed at Dou Qingyan on the surface, but it was actually directed at him in secret, wasn't it? "Prime Minister, you have a call." Prime Minister Dou's first secretary walked in with his phone. Prime Minister Dou's expression darkened as he said, "Excuse me," and walked to the side hall with his phone. "Hello, what's up?" "Prime Minister, it's bad. The 4 people we painstakingly planted in the Special Operations Forces have all been arrested by the Special Operations Forces this morning." "What did you say?" "You only found out now that they've been arrested in the morning. Do you know how hard it was for us to get 4 people in?" Prime Minister Dou was about to stomp his feet in frustration. This was the first night watch. Asking for monthly and recommendation votes. Now it's still double monthly votes. Today was the second night watch. 7 p.m. the next night watch. P.S. Thank Huaishuanmai for the gift of Heshabi. Congratulations to Huaishuanmai for becoming Major General's 10th chief. Mwah. Chapter 279. Prime Minister Dou's 4 subordinates worked as clerks in the special forces and didn't dare to make any major mistakes. However, for the sake of Prime Minister Dou's interests, they had secretly done some things for him. These things were harmless to the special forces, but important to Prime Minister Dou. The most recent was during the re-election of the Prime Minister 2 years ago. Thanks to these people, Prime Minister Dou found out about his opponent's dark history. He had been biding his time during the election, waiting for the day before the election to suddenly use rumors to expose his opponent's dark history. Public opinion was in an uproar, and the election quickly reversed. Prime Minister Dou easily won re-election. The Prime Minister of the Huaxia Empire had a 4-year term and could be re-elected 3 times. This was his second term, and he wanted to be re-elected 1 more time. Without these 4 subordinates in the special forces, he would be in a very passive position in the future. Thinking of this, Prime Minister Dou couldn't take it anymore. He immediately hung up and ordered the first secretary, "Prepare the car. I'm going to the Special Forces headquarters." This was the Prime Minister's first visit since the Special Forces headquarters had been built in the imperial capital. Because it wasn't for official business, Prime Minister Dou didn't put on the airs of a prime minister. Instead, he quietly took a limousine with a few secretaries and bodyguards to visit Hu Xiaoheng's official residence. Yin Shixiang arrived at the living room of Hu Xiaoheng's official residence. General Ji and Speaker Long were waiting there. "Please wait a moment. I'll go ask Mr. Hu to come out." He added, "Many people have been calling to plead for him recently. Mr. Hu is busy with work and doesn't answer any of their calls. He stays in his office and doesn't see anyone outside." So busy. Then aren't we delaying Xiaoheng's time?" Speaker Long laughed. "Why don't we wait a few days before coming to see him?" Yin Shixiang quickly said, "That's not necessary. Who has the right to ask you two to plead for him? Plus, Mr. Hu specifically told me to inform General Ji and Speaker Long immediately if they come. Please wait a moment." He turned and left. When he walked out of the living room, Zhao Liangzi, who was waiting at the door, gave him a thumbs up. "Big Xiong, you're amazing. You put it so well. Not only did you defend Mr. Hu, but you also flattered them without batting an eyelid. He's too powerful." Yin Shixiang proudly shook the lapels of his clothes. On the surface, he still maintained a humble attitude and said with a smile, "Not at all, not at all. Lieutenant Colonel Zhao is too kind. Get lost. I just praised you and you're already panting." Zhao Liangzi laughed as he kicked Yin Shixiang. Yin Shixiang took the opportunity to run a few steps forward and quickly exited the official residence building to head to Hu Xiaoheng's office building. "Mr. Hu, General Ji, and Speaker Long are here." Hu Xiaoheng turned off the computer and stood up. "Only General Ji and Speaker Long?" Yes, everyone else was stopped by Little Zay and I. Although Hu Xiaoheng didn't want to see most people, he had to see General Ji and Speaker Long. "Have Little Zay take them to my guest room on the second floor. I'll be there shortly." Yin Shixiang returned to the official residence alone. "General Ji, Speaker Long, Hu Xiao would like to invite you to the reception room on the second floor. Director Bai, come along too." The security there was tighter, and it was easier to talk to them. Arriving at the hallway on the second floor, Zhao Liangzi opened the door and invited General Ji and Speaker Long inside. Bai Yueran looked at the door of the suite and pointed to the row of houses across the hallway. She asked curiously, "Are they all occupied?" The one in the middle was actually Gu Nianji's bedroom. However, Zhao Liangzi smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he moved to the side and said, "We're here. Director Bai, come in too." Bai Yueran saw that Zhao Liangzi didn't say anything and didn't ask further. She followed him inside. Zhao Liangzi closed the door for them and stood guard at the door alone. Soon after, Hu Xiaoheng also arrived. He opened the door and walked in. As soon as he entered, General Ji asked worriedly, "Xiaoheng, weren't you too rash this time?" Speaker Long also sighed. "Xiaoheng, you've offended almost everyone this time." Hu Xiaoheng didn't speak, but Bai Yueran spoke first. "General Ji, Speaker Long, you're worrying too much. Offending everyone is equivalent to not offending anyone. Everyone has always been worried about inequality rather than scarcity, so you don't have to worry too much." "That's true." General Ji froze for a moment, then smiled. Yueran is still more thoughtful. Hu Xiaoheng's voice was low as he sat on the single sofa in the reception room. He said calmly, "This isn't a problem of not scarcity but inequality. I only do things to achieve my final goal. As long as it's not illegal, I won't think too much about other things. This is the best way to handle this matter. Even if it will offend someone, I still have to do it." Bai Yueran was completely convinced. As expected of Hu Xiaoheng. No one can match his breadth of mind. "That's enough, Yueran. Don't be in such a hurry to flatter him." General Ji laughed. "You have to help Xiaoheng deal with the follow-up legal issues. He's doing this for the overall benefit of the Special Operations Forces. Bai Yueran nodded. Don't worry, I will definitely help Hu Xiaoheng wholeheartedly. I can even guarantee the Bai family. The three of them laughed together. General Ji and Speaker Long looked at each other again before continuing to ask Hu Xiaoheng, other than taking these guests to the Special Operations Forces for quarantine, did you make any other preparations? Hu Xiaoheng nodded calmly. Of course there were other preparations. Before going to the Prime Minister's official residence, I ordered the disconnection of the external network. At the same time, all sea, land, and air routes in the imperial capital were all sealed. Only entry and no exit were allowed. In addition, I issued an orange alert to the outside world and notified all Special Operations Forces personnel overseas who were involved in this matter to return immediately. That's great. General Ji clapped his hands. I told you Xiaoheng was reliable and adaptable. He would immediately find a suitable solution. Our people are all on the plane. Bai Yueran was very happy to hear this and quickly asked. She was a member of the Special Operations Forces after all. She was also concerned about the safety of her own members. Hu Xiaoheng smiled at her. They're all on the plane. Little Zhe confirmed that many people should have already arrived at the Imperial Capital Airport. Even Speaker Long smiled. Finally, I can rest assured. Fortunately, this matter is under control. After saying this, General Ji and Speaker Long exchanged another look. Speaker Long was about to continue speaking when Hu Xiaoheng gestured. Please wait a moment. We have a call coming in. He turned on the intercom and asked, Little Zhe, what is it? Zhao Liangzi said over the intercom, Mr. Hu, the Prime Minister is here to visit. Hu Xiaoheng stood up and glanced at General Ji and Speaker Long. They looked at each other and said in surprise, he actually came in person. Hu Xiaoheng looked at them without saying a word. Speaker Long quickly said, it's like this. We really wanted to speak up for Do Qingyan. General Ji coughed and said awkwardly, you see, although this matter seemed serious, it didn't cause any major losses. You could say that it was unscathed. Qingyan was confused for a moment, but she had absolutely no intention of betraying the interests of the nation. Prime Minister Do had asked us to plead for you repeatedly, saying that Qingyan was mentally unstable to begin with. Mental patients don't have to bear legal responsibility. Do you think you can let her go? Bai Yueran frowned and shook her head. General Ji, Speaker Long, you can't do this. You can't let Do Qingyan off just because there weren't any serious consequences, right? Mr. Hu, this is your business. No matter what decision you make, the legal department will fully support it. Speaker Long sighed. Poor parents all over the world. Look at Prime Minister Do. He's such a virtuous person. He's never stepped foot into the military, but now he's here to plead for his daughter. Xiaoheng, let me give you a word of advice. When the water is too clear, there will be no fish. If you're too different from others, it's not good for your work. General Ji patted Hu Xiaoheng's shoulder. Of course, I agree with you, Yueran. No matter what you plan to do, I'll support you. Hu Xiaoheng lowered his head and pursed his lips. He said to Zhao Liangzi, invite Prime Minister Do in. Not long after, Prime Minister Do appeared at the door to the suite on the second floor of Hu Xiaoheng's official residence. Zhao Liangzi opened the door and invited him in. Hey, old Ji, old Long, you're all here. Prime Minister Do looked ashamed. It's all my daughter's fault. She had to ask you two to plead for her. I bow to you. Thank you for your help. As he spoke, he bowed in the direction of General Ji and Speaker Long. Hu Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back expressionlessly. He was about to speak when he heard Zhao Liangzi's voice on the intercom again. Mr. Hu, bad news. Something's happened. 2 of our Northern Ireland members were secretly executed on the plane on their way back. This was the second watch. Asking for monthly and recommendation votes. Now it's even double monthly votes. Mwah. Chapter 280. The atmosphere in the reception room became tense. General G and Speaker Long's expressions darkened. Just a moment ago, Hu Xiaoheng had said that they could be spared because there were no serious consequences, but now they were being slapped in the face. They both glared at Prime Minister Dou in unison. He had lost all the face he had accumulated over several lifetimes. Hu Xiaoheng's expression became serious. He saluted General G, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Dou in the reception room, then said solemnly, "Chiefs, please allow me to take care of the funerals of these 2 Special Ops members. I will investigate the situation before reporting to the military and the Senate." The Special Ops was under the military and reported to the Supreme Military Council and the Senate. He didn't have to report to the Prime Minister. He was only saying this to save face for Prime Minister Dou. Prime Minister Dou looked embarrassed. He hadn't expected to be interrupted by the news of the murder of 2 Special Ops members before he could say anything. Prime Minister Dou's expression darkened. He slammed his fist on the coffee table. "We must investigate. Investigate carefully. We must prevent our own people from attacking our own people. You know." Hu Xiaoheng interrupted Prime Minister Dou unhappily. "Prime Minister Dou, the Special Ops only deals with external forces, not internal forces. We will never attack our own people. Please take a seat. I'll be taking my leave." He turned and left without any hesitation. When General G and Speaker Long saw this, they both stood up and said, "Since something has happened, we have to go back and prepare. Prime Minister Dou will be leaving first." They nodded slightly at Prime Minister Dou and walked out together. Prime Minister Dou narrowed his eyes. Looking at their backs, he felt a little uncomfortable. He remembered that when he called the 2 of them yesterday, although they were put in a difficult position, they still agreed to help him plead for mercy in the end. Now that something had happened, they had thrown in the towel. No wonder one could only be the chairman, and the other could only lead the military. If they were to run for office, no one would be able to defeat him. The Special Ops had a special department in charge of dealing with the murder of their members. Before Hu Xiaoheng arrived at the Imperial Capital Airport, they had already cordoned off the entire airport and brought everyone on that flight to a special reception room to be interrogated. Hu Xiaoheng's private car arrived at the Imperial Capital Airport half an hour later. He wore a black officer's uniform, a military cap, and a pair of sunglasses that covered half of his face, revealing a nose that was as straight as a Greek sculpture and perfectly shaped but tightly pursed lips. As he strode through the VIP passageway of the airport, there weren't any bystanders following him. However, the airport staff, who were used to seeing celebrities from all over the world, were stunned when they saw Hu Xiaoheng. They instantly turned into little fans and chased after Hu Xiaoheng to get an autograph and take a photo with him. Only Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang were with him, as well as 4 or 5 orderlies. They were all in plain clothes, not in military uniforms. Their faces were fierce, and they kept yelling at the airport ground crew that surrounded them. "Where's your leader? This kind of quality is a disgrace to our country." After yelling a few times, he finally managed to drive away these unreasonable groupies. "Mr. Hua." Hu Xiaoheng walked into the special reception room of the airport. He raised his hand and asked the Special Operations Forces member who saluted him by the door, "Where is he?" "He's still on the plane." The Special Operations Forces officer in charge of handling this matter reported to Hu Xiaoheng in detail. "He's over there. Does Mr. Hu want to take a look for himself?" "What about the other people on the plane?" They had already come down, but they were delayed for a while when going through customs. In just a short while, the flight attendants on the plane discovered that the two men were sitting at the front and the back of the cabin, motionless, as if they were sleeping. When they pushed them, they found that they were already stiff. Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand and gently stroked his chin. He turned to Yin Shixiang and said, "Go over there and question the people on the plane, especially the passengers sitting near the two people. Little Zhe, come with me to the plane to take a look." Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang responded, "Yes, sir," and went their separate ways. Zhao Liangze followed Hua Xiaoheng onto the plane. Airbus A380, the world's largest commercial airliner. It can seat up to 853 people, fly at speeds from 559 miles per hour to 634 miles per hour, and has a maximum range of 8,500 nautical miles, or 15,700 kilometers. Zhao Liangze walked behind Hua Xiaoheng and began to introduce the background data of the plane. It cost $400 million. After a pause, he added, "In terms of functions, performance, and size, it's almost the same as Professor He's private jet." Hua Xiaoheng silently walked into the plane's cabin door and passed by the first-class cabin first. The flight attendants hadn't had time to clean up before they discovered the murder, so everything here was still the same as when the plane had just stopped. The first-class seats were scattered with blankets, magazines, and headphones hanging on the back of the seat in front of them. A lone slipper was lying on the aisle, and the other slipper was nowhere to be seen. Hua Xiaoheng's expression didn't change as he passed through the first-class cabin and arrived at the business-class cabin. There were fewer things here than in the first-class cabin, but because the space was narrower, it looked much more messy than the first-class cabin. After the business-class cabin was the economy-class cabin. The two Special Operations Forces members had flown economy class back to the country. In order to avoid attracting attention, they had specially bought economy class seats and didn't sit together. In the end, they were still discovered. Hua Xiaoheng stood at the entrance of the economy class cabin and looked at the empty cabin. Only two people were still sitting in their seats. They had their heads raised and leaned against the back of the seat behind them. They still had headphones on, and their eyes were closed as if they were already asleep. The skin on their faces was naturally rosy, and it was impossible to tell that they had passed away. Zhao Liangze looked at the scene from behind Hua Xiaoheng, and his throat suddenly choked. He hurriedly raised his head and blinked his reddened eyes to stop the tears from falling. "Did you take photos?" Hua Xiaoheng asked calmly. "Have you investigated the scene?" The person behind Zhao Liangze was the person in charge of the Special Operations Forces. He quickly replied, "We've investigated everything, and the photos have been taken. We originally wanted to send them away, but we heard that Mr. Hua was coming, so we waited." Hua Xiaoheng stood there and took off his hat. He lowered his head and mourned for the two members. He involuntarily clenched his fists tightly and closed his eyes. Then he put on his hat and ordered, "Take them away and send them back in a military vehicle. The coffins must be covered with the national flag." They couldn't publicly commemorate the two Special Operations Forces members who had sacrificed their lives for the country, so they could only use this etiquette to show their respect. Hua Xiaoheng received a call from Yin Shixiang as soon as he got off the plane. "Mr. Hua, the two people who killed them have been found." Yin Shixiang's voice was not happy at all. It was very low. "What's wrong? Are they also dead?" Hua Xiaoheng asked calmly. "Yes." Yin Shixiang was about to cry. "I didn't prepare in advance. As soon as I interrogated them, they committed suicide by poison. It looks like it's the same type of poison they used on our people. It could take a person's life in an instant, but it could keep the body intact for 10 hours. It's okay. It's good that they're dead, so we don't have to do anything." Hua Xiaoheng put one hand in his trouser pocket and walked out of the airport. "Bring the bodies back to the Special Operations Forces. Detain the other people on the plane for 48 hours. Continue the investigation. Pay special attention to who comes to plead for mercy. Record all of them. Although the Special Operations Forces didn't attack their own people, they wouldn't let it go if their own people tried to harm the Special Operations Forces. When they walked out of the airport exit, the sky was already gloomy. Layers of gray clouds floated in the sky, blocking the sunlight. Zhao Liangzi stood silently behind Hu Xiaoheng and was on high alert for the situation around them. Hu Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and looked at the vast land in front of him. The trees in the distance had all lost their leaves. Only the branches were pointing towards the sky. The gloomy weather was foggy, so the scenery in front of him didn't seem real. Mr. Hua. Are you okay? Bai Yueran had just gotten out of the car when she looked up to see Hu Xiaoheng. Has the situation been resolved? Where are our colleagues? They were just picked up, Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. Big Xiong might need help from the legal department. Go take a look. Yes, sir. Bai Yueran hurriedly saluted, then sighed and said, when the photos were released, we didn't think much of it. We thought it was just a love dispute. Ha! I didn't expect our colleagues' lives to be used as a sacrifice for Miss Doe's unrequited love. Hu Xiaoheng lowered his eyes. Director Bai, save these words for the court. This was the first night watch. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was the last day for double monthly votes. 7:00 p.m. the next night. P.S. Thank you to I Am Master Rashi for the immortal boat Fate yesterday. Mwah. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.